Part 83. The Prince is Very Fierce. Author, Guan Zi. Chapter 821. It was already late at night when we turned back from the snow field. Mazao Ridge is within the northern Qi dynasty, so it is impossible to live there openly if there is a big fuss. After Su Buling and Chen Xining returned to the town, the group left Mazao Ridge. Before leaving, Su Buling went out of his way to find the elders of the town and gave them a sum of money to settle the people whose houses had been smashed. This is just a small detail, somewhat unnecessary, but it cannot be ignored, because it is the difference between a knight and a gangster. Regardless of whether you are a king or a chivalrous person, you should not base your happiness and grudges on the pain of unrelated people. If you remember this, you are a world of martial arts. If you forget this, you will be in complete chaos. Leaving Mazao Ridge, we moved south, covering our tracks along the way. We arrived at Fufenggang in the early morning and found a small restaurant in the town. Su Buling made an irresistible price and bought the yard of the back house together. A group of 7 people lived in it and called in a doctor from the town. After a hard fight in Mazong town, Li Hansheng and Zulu were seriously injured again. They didn't even have the energy to speak. After dismounting, they entered the room and asked the doctor to suture their wounds. Chen Chong from northern Xinjiang did not contribute much and was responsible for keeping watch outside. Although Su Buling was not injured, his body was exhausted. He said hello to Zulu and the others and walked out of the room. The backyard of the small restaurant is relatively simple, but today is New Year's Eve, so it is kept very clean. New Year products such as bacon and sausages are hung under the eaves, and the slaughtered New Year pigs are hung in the kitchen. A brazier is burning in the yard, with benches and simple food beside it. Kui Zioan was relatively weak and fell asleep halfway through the journey, and was sent back to her room. Chen Xining and Zhu Manzi were definitely not in the mood to sleep. They were both sitting by the bonfire in the backyard, paying attention to the lit side room. The 2 little snakes had been freezing badly in the past few days and could not hibernate. They huddled side by side next to the brazier to keep warm. Chen Xining was afraid that the little snakes would be cooked, so she turned over and moved away from them from time to time. The chubby little sparrow didn't seem to be afraid of the cold, but it wouldn't ask for trouble if it could be warmer. It huddled under Chen Xining's clothes, with only its little head exposed. Zhu Manzi was worried about his father's injury and cried all night. His big eyes were still red. When he saw Su Buling coming over, he whispered, "Mr. Su, are you okay?" The voice was soft, filled with grievance and fear. Rather than expressing concern for Su Buling, it was more like confiding in her lover. Su Buling sat down in front of Zhu Manzi, put his arm around her shoulders, and said with a smile, "What can I do? Your father suffered some internal injuries, which looks relatively serious, but the contemporary Wu Kuei has a strong body, so the actual impact is not big. He just needs to rest for a while. It's almost dawn, so go back to your room and sleep early." Zhu Manzi knew that there was no point in waiting here, and instead disturbed his father and Su Buling's rest. He pursed his lips and nodded. Chen Xining stayed up all night. It was difficult for her to talk to the 3 giants. Manzi looked depressed and couldn't talk nonsense. She actually felt a little flustered sitting next to them. At this time Su Buling spoke, and she took Manzi's hand and stood up. "Mr. Su, you should go to bed early. If you need anything, just call me at any time. Go to rest early, I'm just a little tired, nothing else." Su Buling picked up the 2 sleeping little snakes and put them into the incubator in the room. After saying good night, he closed the door from the outside. The restaurant's backyard is not big, with only 3 bedrooms in total. Su Buling was indeed a little sleepy. He wanted to sit by the fire pot and make do with it all night, but he was a little worried about Zioan's health. After thinking about it, he walked into the house on the west side. The small room on the west side was originally the room of the restaurant manager's daughter. It was not big, with only a small bed and some items that ordinary girls would like. The door was opened, the lights had been extinguished, and there was a faint fragrance in the air. Next to the embroidery bed in the back, women's dresses were neatly folded on a stool. They were as square as tofu cubes, very Kuizioan style, and even the fox furs were hung on the shelves meticulously. Su Buletinling walked quietly to the bed, lifted the curtain and took a look. Between the curtains, Kuizioan was not asleep, or maybe she was already awake. She was lying on her side on the pillow, her eyes filled with luster, and she was looking at Su Buling intently. "Why haven't you slept yet?" "I can't sleep, I'm worried about you." The voice is sweet, but not too disgusting. It just expresses what is in the heart. Su Buling raised the corner of his mouth and smiled, sat down next to the quilt, raised his hand and touched Kuizioan's forehead. Kuizioan raised her hand without dodging, and opened the quilt a little, revealing the light blue belly band underneath. The snowy arc was looming, and the scenery was particularly sultry. She patted the quilt in front of her. "I'm warm, you can sleep here." Su Buletinling took a breath and turned to look at the opposite side, feeling a little guilty. After all, the two father-in-laws were still lying across the courtyard. They were both masters, and their sixth senses were not much worse than his. Kuizioan could see what Su Buling was worried about, so she didn't say anything anymore. She just hooked her slender fingers and her eyes flickered, obviously meaning just don't say anything. Su Buling hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't resist Zioan's temptation. He untied his robe and carefully lay down in bed. Kuizioan warmed up for half the night. The quilt was very warm, and there was a large thermos bottle with a light body beside her. It felt really enjoyable, so comfortable that it even made her feel a little guilty. Although Kuizioan said nothing on the way, she was not worried about Su Buling's safety. She raised her hand, went around to Su Buling's other side, tucked the quilt tighter, and pressed her belly band against Su Buling's chest. Su Buling blinked his eyes. He was quite sleepy just now, but for some reason, he was full of energy now. He felt like he could fight Zhou Qingkai for another 300 rounds without getting tired. Breathing softly on his neck, strands of hair rubbing against his cheeks, Su Buletinling moved his fingers and whispered. "Wan Wan, you, don't do this." Kuizioan really didn't deliberately seduce Su Buling, she was just naturally beautiful. She lay down again, touched Su Buling's right hand holding the gauze, and whispered softly into her ear. "What Wan Wan? It sounds so unpleasant, it's not as good as Ziobai. Does your hand still hurt?" Not to mention the pain, Su Buletinling even felt tired. The back of his hand gently rubbed Ziobai, his breathing was quick and slow. "It hurts, but it doesn't hurt. If it continues like this, I will probably go crazy. Just relax." Kuizioan held Su Buling's arm, stared at his side face, and thought for a while. "I don't like to fight and kill. People die in the blink of an eye. I often walk by the river, and my shoes don't get wet. I'm afraid that something will happen to you in the future. The Queen Mother and I, as well as Hongluan and the others, only have you in our hearts. 1. You are not afraid of the pain. Do you know that the pain is in our hearts?" The words were soft and contained a hint of lessons. A wife might say these words to an injured husband. But no matter how cliché the words are, the myriad of friendships still touch people's hearts. Su Buling shook his head. "I don't want to fight, things haven't been done, and sometimes I can't help it when I sit in this position." As he spoke, Su Buletinling moved his fingers slightly and sneaked in through the edge of his obscene pants. Kuizioan narrowed her eyes slightly and murmured slightly, but did not move. She just stared at Su Buling's side face. "If you have no other choice, just find a way. You can't die anyway." The words only lasted for 2 sentences before they weakened. It was probably because of the unprecedented physical discomfort that Kuizioan could not speak. Su Buletinling's fingers sank into the smooth and traceless skin, his heart beat a little faster, he turned his head and looked into his watery eyes, and said softly. Is it hard? You have the nerve to ask, you should just touch my conscience and speak. My arms are a little sore and it's inconvenient to lift them up, so that's all. Kuizioan pursed her lips and stopped talking. She closed her eyes and leaned on Su Buling's shoulder. There was a moment of silence, but Su Buletinling didn't stop. Kuizioan thought for a while, then raised her delicate hands and groped inside the quilt. Wan Wan, what are you doing? Don't call me Wan Wan, it sounds awful. You can touch me, but Aunt can't. I touched it so hard, that it hurt you. You came and went with me for a long time, but Su Buling finally disarmed first. After going to bed in the early morning, as the sky dawned, the sound of firecrackers rang out in the small town, and children were running around the closed restaurants. You could even hear a few sounds of congratulations on getting rich. Su Buring squinted for a while and then got up. He sat cross-legged next to the almost extinguished brazier to recuperate. The gauze on his right hand was soaked and he replaced it with a new one. Chen Xining and Man Zi were not sleepy at all. When they saw him getting up, they also got up and ran to the kitchen to cook the reunion dinner. You can still faintly hear whispers. Man Zi, what should we cook? I want to make fans. I also thought that you can't find snails next to this prairie. Don't you know how to stew tortoises? I see there are a few tortoises raised there. Don't mention that bastard. If my father hears it, he will laugh at me. When we came out of seclusion last time, I saw your dad, but I didn't know him at the time. He must know that you said he couldn't fall off the bastard. Ah. Chirping, he kept his voice low for fear of waking the wounded, but he never stopped talking. Su Buling had an injury on his hand and couldn't help in the kitchen. He just sat next to the brazier and listened to the two girls chatting. Fastest update PC version : After sitting in the yard for a long time, it was afternoon and the smell of food came from the kitchen. There was a noise in the room next door, and then the door opened, and Li Hanzhong and Zulu, who had rested for a long time, came out one after another. As two of the strongest warriors of our generation, their tolerance for pain is almost exaggerated. Li Hanzhong put on a clean scholar's robe, and his hair was neatly tidied. Except for his face being a little pale, he was no different from an ordinary middle-aged scholar. It was completely impossible to tell that he had a hole in his stomach with a sore just last night, and he was still injured. Suffered serious internal injuries. Zulu was about the same, even with a somewhat peaceful smile. He held a bamboo board in his right hand and hung it around his neck, looking a bit embarrassed. Su Buling stood up, raised his hand and saluted. Seniors, there's no need to get up. This place is quite far from Mazao Ridge, and Northern Qi won't be able to search here in a short time. Li Hanzhen's expression had always been a bit gloomy, and he couldn't see much expression. He shook his head and said, You can't die, it doesn't matter if you rest or not. Now that the alliance between Dongyu and Northern Qi has been ruined, King Wu will definitely not use the people who beat Yinglu anymore after receiving the news, and they must go back to take charge of the overall situation as soon as possible. Li Hanzhen's Dainglu, when the war broke out, raised a rebel army. Although it was just an ordinary peasant army and was not even equipped with armor, it could still be considered a force. Before coming to Northern Qi this time, Li Hanzhong had already arranged his retreat. After destroying the alliance between the two countries, the rebels who had been recruited revolted and dispersed into the mountains to disrupt the rear areas of the four kings in the east. The dragons cannot be leaderless, and Li Hanzhong, as the master of Eagle Tower, must return to take charge. But I just finished it last night, so it would be too hasty to rush back today. Zulu shook his head and glanced at his daughter who was busy in the kitchen. It will take some time for the news to reach Jiangnan and be confirmed. Today is the Chinese New Year, so there is no rush for a day or two. Su Buling also nodded, sharpening the knife will not stop chopping wood. It will be safer to start again after recovering from the injury. When Li Hanzhong saw this, he did not refuse. Chen Chong from Beijiang stood outside all night on guard duty. At this time, he saw his eldest and second brothers waking up and walking in with iron guns. Having worked together in Dainglu for such a long time, the three of them have already become brothers in the world. Chen Chong is a natural gossip. At this time, instead of saying any words of concern, he even started to ridicule. Look, I said it last time on Bodhi Island. Swordsmen are useless except for looking good. Lao Li, who is unarmed, is even more annoyed. Now is it confirmed? After a fight, Xiao Su and I, there's nothing wrong with the spearmen. If you two are not good enough to beat someone to death, you would have listened to me and started training with guns. Li Hanzhong said very little and basically ignored Chen Chong. Zhu Liuz was more arrogant and mocked him on the spot. So what if Lao Li and I don't have good weapons? We were about to be beaten to death and our son-in-law came to save us. You are not so lucky. There is no one to burn paper for you even after you die. Hey! Faced with Zhu Liu's hammering technique that did not respect martial ethics, Chen Chong suddenly became angry. What do you know? I've been among thousands of flowers and haven't touched a single leaf. Why should I be called a charlatan when people in the world care about me? Furthermore, your daughter is not married yet, so you call her son-in-law. How shameless are you? You! Manzi! In the kitchen, Zhu Manzi's face turned red and he almost went into the stove hole. He didn't have the nerve to answer the question, so he just shouted in embarrassment. Dad, if your injury is not healed, go back and lie down. Don't talk so much. Look how much your daughter dislikes you. It's better than you not having it. After a moment of noisy chatter, the atmosphere gradually became lively and had a bit of a New Year feel. Because of his seniority, Su Buling couldn't make jokes with his elders, so he went to the front lobby to clear up the tables and chairs. After a while, the food was ready. Chen Xining and Manzi brought out sumptuous dishes. There was a table full of fish and meat, and naturally there was no shortage of good wine. 7 people sat down around the table. Li Hanzhong was the eldest in terms of seniority and martial arts, so he naturally sat at the main seat, with Chen Chong sitting next to him. Manzi sat next to Zulu, and Chen Xining and Kui Zioan sat next to Su Buling. At the end of the year, it was originally a day for close relatives to reunite. Most of the people at the table were wandering wanderers. At this moment, everyone's reaction was different. Su Buletinling naturally missed Lu Chuan. While pouring wine for some elders, he would look towards the south. Chen Xining has not been with her parents since she was a child. She spent the New Year's Eve at various ceremonies in the imperial city. It was probably the first time she had sat together for a reunion dinner like this since she was a child. Kui Zioan is more of a fairy, so every day with Su Buling is like celebrating the new year to her, so she doesn't feel anything special. Zhu Manzi acted as well behaved as ever before. After all, her fiancé and her father were sitting together and her mother was not around, so she must have felt nervous and embarrassed. Of all the people, Li Hanzhong was probably the loneliest. The last time the whole family celebrated the New Year together was probably more than 10 years ago. Li Hanzhong had long forgotten that feeling and did not dare to recall it. The bustling New Year's Eve festival made Li Hanzhong feel a little distracted. Chen Chong from Beijiang is outgoing and likes to make friends. He is considered the purest Jianghu person. Seeing that the atmosphere was not harmonious at this time, he even made a joke. Lao Zhu, to be honest, I'm a little envious of you. With Xiao Su's conditions, if I have a daughter, I will definitely send it to his home. Zulu picked up the wine glass with his left hand, took a sip, and hummed. It's a pity that you don't have one. Besides, with your appearance, women may not like you if you have a daughter-in-law. Chen Chong waved his hand, too lazy to talk nonsense with the swordsman whose sword skills were on his tongue, and turned to look at Chen Shining next to him. The girl's surname is also Chen. We were a family 500 years ago. I am half an elder at my age. Otherwise, if you worship me as your teacher, I will not dare to treat you badly in the future. I will make the decision for you as your teacher. If you can't be a teacher and have brothers next to you, the three of us will definitely be fine. Chen Chong is a genuine contemporary Wukuai and the spear master of northern Xinjiang. In terms of marksmanship, he can teach him or not. Accepting Chen Shining as his apprentice is honestly considered a blessing to Chen Shining. It's okay for Chen Shining to worship Chen Chong as his disciple, but Chen Chong's words obviously don't mean that he just wants to accept many disciples. What do you mean I won't treat you badly in the future? Chen Shining's expression froze for a moment, looking slightly embarrassed. She sat a little further away from Su Buring and smiled coquettishly. Senior Chen has misunderstood. Mr. Su and I are just friends in the world. Yet. Chen Chong didn't believe it at all. Su Buling was also a little embarrassed, so he raised his glass and interrupted. On this New Year's Day, I would like to propose a toast to the three seniors. Chen Shining quickly raised her wine glass and said, "Yes, drink and drink." Hee hee. The three heroes had never seen each other before. They knew each other well and didn't say much. They drank the wine in one gulp and started talking about auspicious words for the new year. On New Year's Eve, the North and the South are full of joy. On the shore of Dongting Lake, lanterns were hung on the boats. The maids were watching the lantern festival on the shore together. The whole boat was filled with laughter and laughter. The reunion dinner had just been finished, Su Buring was not here, and the girls had no intention of going shopping. They opened the table in the hall, and Ying Ying and Yan divided the table into two and played mahjong. Xiao Xiang'er was wearing a bright red dress, holding her hands on the side of her face and looking absent-minded. She obviously wanted to kill her smelly brother. She looked north from time to time and even played cards in a mess. Xiao Qi was sitting in the next house, feeling very uncomfortable after being beaten by her sister. She couldn't help but frown, took out a golden quail egg and put it in Xiao Xiang'er's hand. "Xiang'er, if you can't hold it in anymore, go back to your room and go to sleep. Come out when you're done. Don't harm me here." Xiao Xiang'er came back to her senses, lowered her head and looked at the object in her hand before reacting. Ruxing's eyes showed a little bit of embarrassment, and she raised her hand and threw it back. "Who can't hold it in? Do you think I am Hongluan?" Lu Hongluan, who was sitting opposite, was happily collecting money. When he heard these words, he immediately became unhappy. "Damn Xiang'er, why are you talking so openly? No one on the ship knows that you miss Ling'er the most, so they almost sneaked out to find Ling'er." Xiao Xiang'er really wanted to admit it, but in front of her sisters, if she acted too obviously she would be laughed at, so she still snorted lightly. "I'm worried about Xiaoan and Su Buling. What if I can't take good care of him?" Ning Yu sat on the left, because Xiaoan was kind to her, but she was actually quite worried. She thought for a while and said, "Although your son is a man, he treats women very carefully and should be able to take good care of her. That is, my husband treats all women with meticulous care, even his own master. He must take good care of them from front to back. Damn it, are you sick? Why, you dare to do it but don't dare to let others say it. We are all sisters here, what's the point of being embarrassed?" Zhongli Jiju was sitting at the next table with three little girls. At this time, she was still angry about Ning Yu for driving her over, and her words were mocking both overtly and covertly. Zhongli Chuchu understood these dirty words, and her master was so informal, and she, as a disciple, was a little embarrassed, and she frowned and said, Master, please stop saying a few words. What do you think you are saying in front of a large audience? Ning Qingyi's expression was cold, and she was still worried about Chu Chu's bad idea that forced her to participate. At this time, she continued. Don't say anything about the other, you two are pretty much the same. Song Yufu sat next to King Yi. Seeing that several people were about to start a fight again, she quickly changed the topic. By the way, will my husband bring another girl back when he goes out this time? As soon as these words came out, the hall fell silent instantly. So the girls looked at each other with strange expressions, obviously a little doubtful of Su Buling's promise. Xiao Qi thought for a moment and said, probably not. If he brings a girl back again, he won't be allowed to sleep in Xiang'er's bed. Xiao Xiang'er was a little skeptical at first, but when she heard this, she immediately became angry. Why? You are my sister, are you speaking in human language? Other girls wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh, and they were feeling very uncomfortable. Lu Hongluan shook his head. He wanted to smooth things over and say something else, but for some reason he frowned and suddenly covered his lips with his hands. Ning Yu he noticed something was wrong and quickly sat a little closer and asked softly. Sister Hongluan, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Lu Hongluan blinked and blushed, a little at a loss. Zhongli Jiju noticed something was wrong, stood up, held Lu Hongluan's wrist, and after carefully examining it, his face suddenly became filled with surprise. Hey! I'm so happy, I'm so happy. As soon as the words came out, the girls in the hall suddenly became noisy. If they were still thinking about playing mahjong, they all ran to him and formed a circle, chattering and asking questions. Xiao Xiang'er was the most excited. She stood up and ran over to hold Lu Hongluan's wrist. After confirming that it was correct, she said in surprise. Hongluan, how come you were accidentally attacked? Xiao Qi raised her hand and pinched Xiang'er's waist. What's wrong? Don't talk nonsense. However, Xiao Qi is not surprised that Xiang'er can say this. In the past, when Xiang'er was the queen mother in the palace, she had to consider the dark knot in the bead tire when detoxifying Su Buling. If she accidentally fell into the strap, the queen mother would be in trouble. With a full belly, Su Buling had to be quartered by 5 horses. In order to ensure safety, Xiang'er used the Xiao family's ancestral secret method as a precaution when detoxifying. Later, even though they got married, in order to enjoy more time of love between men and women, they did not have children so early. The main reason was that Xiang'er was afraid of pain and did not dare to be the first to have a baby without anyone taking the lead. Lu Hongluan was obviously a little confused. He touched his belly and said weakly. Well, last time when your child came back and I accompanied him, I said that I was already 30 years old, so I wanted to give it a try, and then, I didn't expect. Okay, this is a happy event. What's there to explain? Come down and lie down quickly, someone is here. Xiao Qi saw that the girls were crowded around her, and Lu Hongluan was a little confused. She raised her hand and called the doctor over, and sent Lu Hongluan back to the room. Next, things started to explode on the boat, so the girls got together, and the topic changed rapidly. What? Hongluan is taking the lead, sister. Do you have to? We want to die together. No, we want to get pregnant together. Let Yu Fu go first, she is the most obedient. Ah! What should I call the child? Su Xian? Su Ketichan? What a mess. If you are a girl, there is no one who is well matched in this world. It will be a bit troublesome. As for boys, Su Buling has almost married all the 5 major surnames, leaving only the Wang and Li families. Hurry up and tell Su Buling not to bring back the ladies of the Wang and Li families. Where there is joy, there is sorrow, where there is life, there is death. Under the heaven, the joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, and the cycle of life and death that belong to the human world are being played out all the time. While the people on the building ship are looking forward to the new life together, thousands of miles away in Kaiyuefeng town, the wind and snow outside the Great Wall are even more bleak. There are no caravans moving around at the end of the year, and there are fewer people in Kaiyuefeng town. Most of the shops are closed, leaving only frost and snow on the streets. The small tea house in the middle of the street is still open, and the white-haired old woman is still sitting by the stove, looking at the flying snow outside aimlessly. The shop is still open on New Year's Eve, not to earn a few more coins for tea, nor to wait for anyone, but simply to sit here until the day of old age. Everyone has their own youth, their own era, and their own time. No matter how old an old woman is, she was once a young lady in her prime. She could love passionately, be hurt deeply, hate deeply, and miss someone with a broken heart. After experiencing the ups and downs of life, tasting all kinds of joys and sorrows, seeing through all of this, calming down, and becoming calm, this life is over. And Kaiyuefeng town is where it all started. That year, the old woman walked here and met the team that came to greet her. The leader of the team was a well-mannered young man, who was cold and unsmiling, but gave people an unparalleled sense of security, better than any man on the grassland. At that time, she lifted the curtain of the car and took a sneak peek, and he turned his head. It was this glance that changed everything. The old woman also regretted why she lifted the curtain and took that look. But after watching people coming and going for a long time, I realized that this is how the world is. It is destined that she will open the curtain, and she will open it again 100 times, and that person will look back, and it is impossible to change it. Everything started here, and it should end here. The old woman sat in the tea house for 20 years, waiting for the day when she would close her eyes, but for some reason, this day has not come yet. Maybe she still has concerns in her heart. The footsteps came from far away and stopped outside the tea house. The shepherd in a sheepskin coat stood outside with his hands behind his back in the heavy snow on the street. His figure was still upright, but his face was so old that he could not see the original appearance. The old woman was the same. But this did not prevent them from recognizing each other at first sight. For decades, both of them had imagined the scene of reunion, either hysterical or speechless, but when they were about to die, they found that goodbye was just a sentence. "Are you here?" "Yes." The old woman stood up, picked up the teapot and poured 2 bowls of tea. The shepherd stood outside the tea house and looked at it, then slowly walked into the tea house, sat down at the table, took a sip of hot tea, and then looked at the reflection in the tea, a little absent-minded. The old woman put down the teapot, sat opposite, and looked at it carefully. "Why are you so old? Have you eaten?" "No, I can't eat." The shepherd put down the tea bowl, raised his head, and looked into each other's eyes. People may grow old, but their eyes will not change. It's too late to say anything. It's my fault. I've let you down. I can only pay you back in the next life. It's just that you and I have bad luck. I don't blame you. If there is a next life, we will be 2 horses on the grassland. That way we will be freer. Hee hee. The shepherd took a sip of hot tea. It tasted bitter, but he didn't know how many years he had been thinking about it. Outside the window, the wind and snow were howling, and the world was silent. The 2 old men in their twilight years sat at the table, without saying anything, just looking at each other. Until one of them couldn't hold on any longer, he lay on the tea table and fell asleep first. The other also lay on the table, holding the other's hand, and closed his eyes without any worries. The cycle of life and death is inevitable, but if you understand the word love, you will not live in vain, even if you understand it before you die. But if you have the opportunity, cherishing the person in front of you is far more precious than the enlightenment before death. The prince is very fierce. Author, Guan Guan Gong Zi. Chapter 822. The morning light came on, and firecrackers sounded everywhere in Fufenggang, welcoming the arrival of the new year. On the first day of the first lunar month, the reign title of the Song dynasty, Zhaohong, was officially changed to the new emperor's reign title of Jianping. Compared with Songji's vigorous ambition of the way of heaven is clear and the beginning of Hongmeng, the appeal of Jianping is much more ordinary, and it is nothing more than re-establishing peace in the world. But Songling, the new monarch, was only 10 years old. This small appeal seemed so pale and weak under the torrent of the general trend. Almost everyone knows that this reign will be the final chapter of the 60-year Great Yu period. No matter who wins or loses among the Su family, the four eastern kings, and the northern Qi dynasty, the direct line of the Song family will definitely be gone. Just after the new year, in the small town of Fufenggang, people gathered in the streets to sing, tell stories, and perform juggling. Although the border town is small, it is full of New Year flavor. The door of the restaurant was opened, with Spring Festival couplets and the character posted on the outside. Chen Chong, the spear god of northern Xinjiang, had nothing to do. In order to join in the excitement of the new year, he set up a place outside the restaurant and performed tricks and tricks. Zhu Manzi has always longed for the life of a Jianghu person. He has often studied ways to support himself, and he also wanted to join in the fun, perform a milk stick breaking a big rock, and let Chen Xining smash a hammer. This proposal was naturally rejected by Su Buling. Wouldn't it hurt him to death if it was smashed flat? In order to make Manzi happy, Su Buling simply lay down and let her break the rocks, but Manzi was reluctant to do it again. After an argument, the show turned into snake playing. Su Buling found a jar and put two little snakes in it. Manzi and Chen Xining played music while the two little snakes danced around. The two girls had a great time, and the people who were watching were also surprised. It was just that they suffered from two little snakes and couldn't hibernate. They also had to dance outside in the middle of winter. If they could talk, they would definitely have to complain a bit. Don't treat people kindly. There is always a banquet in the world. Although celebrating the new year together is very lively, each of them has unfinished business and cannot stay for too long. On the early morning of the third day of the third year of junior high school, Su Buling was sitting in the lobby, watching the two girls playing with snakes. The little sparrow was the happiest. He stood on his shoulder and screamed twice from time to time, as if urging, "Twist faster, right, right, right." Before the performance was over, Li Hanzhong and Zulu walked out of the backyard, already dressed in Jianghu costumes. After 2 days of training, the injury was definitely not healed. Zulu's right hand was still bandaged and hanging around his neck, but his complexion had improved a lot. Zulu came to Su Buling, looked at Manzi who was playing outside, and said, "If you stay too long, the Northern Qi government will come to see you. You should pack up and prepare to leave." They were both in Northern Qi, not at their own homes. Naturally, it was hard to persuade Su Buling to stay. He stood up and saluted. "Two seniors, be careful all the way. Wait until spring comes to Jiangnan before going to visit the two seniors." Zhu Manzi heard the noise, put down the flute that had not been played at all, and ran in from outside, with some reluctance in his eyes. "Dad, are you leaving so soon? Your injury is not healed. Please don't use force again in the future, otherwise Mom will have to beat you." Zulu smiled softly, "Your mother is still waiting in Jiangnan. She misses you so much. Why don't you go back with me?" Zhu Manzi's expression froze, and he suddenly became a little confused. He glanced at Su Buling and hesitated to speak. Zulu was just joking. "It might not be long before we meet again next time. There is no need to say goodbye too much." He just waved his hand and said, "Forget it, the married daughter threw water. Go in and pack your things. Dad is leaving first. See you in Jiangnan." Li Hanzhong said very little. He walked out of the door first and turned around and said, "You should be careful and go back as soon as possible. Zulu and I were injured and can't help." Su Buling nodded with a smile and sent the two out of the door. Chen Chong also came back with a gun, and then the three of them got on their horses and galloped towards the south. "Goodbye, Daddy." Zhu Manzi stood at the door and watched, her face still red and a little embarrassed. Chen Xining also put away the two small snakes, walked up to them, and asked, "Mr. Su, shall we continue to look for agar wood?" Su Buling glanced to the southwest and thought for a while. "Come here, I must be looking for agar wood. Now that the alliance between the two countries has been destroyed, Northern Qi must have thought that I entered the pass and returned to Daewoo. If I go to Guiyan City at this time, I might be able to get something else. It's not far anyway. Go take a look first. If you don't have a chance, it's not too late to leave." Zhu Manzi definitely wanted to go shopping in Guiyan City. When she heard "get something else," she blinked. "Mr. Su, you don't want to go to the capital again and kidnap a princess and come back, do you?" "Again?" Chen Xining frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. Fortunately, Su Buletinling reacted quickly, waved his hand and said, "How is it possible? I'm not interested in the princess." "Not interested?" Chen Xining felt even more wrong. The first year of Jianping, the third day of the first lunar month. The imperial capital of the Northern Qi dynasty returned to Yan City, where there was a surge of singing and dancing. Princes and princes from all over the world gathered in the imperial city to celebrate the crowning ceremony of Prince Zhongdu. Guiyan City was a city expanded by the Qi royal family after they retreated to the north. Its layout was exactly the same as that of Chang'an City. The imperial city was carved out of the same mold. The only difference was that the Tai Chi Hall, which symbolized the center of power in the world, was changed to Guiyan City. Dian means returning to one's origins. In the white jade square outside the Guiyan Hall, the princes and generals gathered together. The monarch Zhonglin was sitting on the dragon chair. Like all the men in the Northern Qi dynasty, he wore white hair and no crown. The ancestors vowed to keep their hair disheveled forever if they don't return to their homeland. Men in the Northern Qi dynasty actually don't put up their crowns, and even the monarchs do the same. Therefore, Zhongdu's crown ceremony seems a bit weird. He just puts the white jade hair crown on the tray. Here, it means that you already have the ceremonial crown, and you can wear it dignifiedly when you regain the lost land in the future. The ceremony was carried out in an orderly manner. Outside the palace on the side of the square, wealthy nobles watched the ceremony from a distance. The little peach blossom in the underskirt looks like a lady. She looks cute and sweet, but her eyes are a little boring, but it means that the master is here to support the scene and cannot sneak away, so she can only stand upright. Zhou Zhou Qingkai's eldest son, was carefree by nature and liked the world, but he didn't like the scene very much. He was chatting with his friend Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai, the eldest son of the right prince, was captured on the battlefield and became a laughingstock. He originally planned to stay at home and not participate in this occasion. But being kidnapped by Su Buling a few days ago really frightened him. He didn't trust the palace's security, so he and Zhou Zhan came to the capital to hide. After all, life was more important than face. After being kidnapped twice in a row, Zhang Kai's resentment towards Su Buling was self-evident. He leaned in front of Zhou Zhan and whispered. Zhou Zhan, the national master, led a group of masters to hunt, and judging by the time, he should be successful. When the time comes to escort Su Buling back, you must notify me as soon as possible. Zhou Zhan folded his arms and watched the ceremony. Seeing that Xiao Dehua wasn't paying attention, he leaned closer and asked. "Why are you being informed? Are you going to show off your power? How is that possible?" Zhang Kai looked a little helpless. "I am also the prince of the feudal lord after all. How could I do something like that for a villain to succeed?" I just wanted to see his frightened but helpless look, and then comfort him with a few words to show that I don't care about past grudges. That's right, go find me a beautiful woman with a good figure, big breasts, and a big butt, preferably a widow, and let her walk around outside the cell to seduce him but not let him eat. I'm so anxious. Zhou Zhan touched his chin and wanted to say something, but couldn't finish it. Finally he waved his hand. Su Buling is a Zhaohongyaimei. What kind of beauty from the Central Plains I have never seen, I will definitely not accept this trick. Zhang Kai shook his head and said seriously. You don't understand this. No matter how cold a man is, there are times when he is hot, just to see if he suits his taste. If he doesn't like it, then he will drag all the beauties from 14 to 40 years old in front of him. I don't believe it. He didn't respond. What if he and Su Buling are as good as Long Yang and like men? Probably not. The last time I kidnapped my son, he didn't touch me. It doesn't look like. The whispers continued. Little Dehua was standing nearby. She had been extremely talented in martial arts since she was a child. She actually heard the conversation between the two people clearly. She pursed her lips slightly and couldn't help but whisper. Even if you like a man, you will pick out his appearance. You can't just do something to him if he is a man. This obviously means that Zhang Kai is mediocre in appearance and cannot catch the eyes of men. Zhang Kai's expression froze, then he waved his hand. What does this little girl know about movies? My prince's appearance, if not compared to that of Su Buring, is at least more handsome than your two senior brothers, right? My senior brother isn't very handsome either. Zhou Zhan's expression also froze. After thinking about it, it was better for the adults to ignore the junior sister's fault and pretend that they didn't hear anything. We just chatted away for a long time, and it was afternoon. After the crowning ceremony, Emperor Qi returned to the harem. The princes and princesses left one after another. The three of them left the imperial city and returned to Suanwu Street. Xiao Dehua's mother also lived in Guiyan City. After saying goodbye to her senior brother, she returned home and continued to be her own fortune teller. Zhou Zhan returned to the imperial master's mansion at the end of the street. He originally wanted to change his clothes and go out for a drink with Zhang Kai, but when he walked into the mansion, he found that Zhou Qingkai had returned. Zhou Zhan hurried to the study. When he entered the door, he saw Zhou Qingkai sitting cross-legged on the terrace alone, looking at the water of the lotus pond, with a hint of sadness in his brows. Dad, you're back. Zhou Zhan walked to the back of the terrace, looked at it for a few times, and asked, how is the matter? Zhou Qingkai was silent for a moment, and the few emotions in his eyes gradually suppressed, and he said calmly. Envoy Dong Yu and Su Buling secretly conspired to launch an attack in Mazao Ridge, intending to ambush my father and kill both of them. Su Buling should have gone south to enter the pass by now. When Zhou Zhan heard the news, his heart sank. Dong Yu and the Su family teamed up to ambush his father, so the alliance must have been ruined. The situation also changed from a three-legged confrontation to one where East and West Yu joined forces to fight against foreign enemies. The future battles in northern Qi will not be difficult to fight. But Zhou Zhan was not able to participate in these matters. Knowing that his father was in a bad mood, he just nodded and said with concern. Daddy is well rested, and the child has retired. Zhou Qingkai raised his hand, and Zhou Zhan turned around and walked out of the study. Just as he stepped out of the door, Zhou Qingkai turned his head again, thought about it, and softened his voice a bit. Your grandfather and your grandmother passed away a few days ago. They died and were buried outside Kaiyufeng town. Take some time to burn incense sticks with your mother. Zhou Zhan paused, his expression changed a few times, and he nodded silently. The crowning ceremony had just ended. Outside the imperial study room of the northern Qi palace, Qi Emperor Zhonglin stood on the steps, looking at the huge imperial city filled with palace lanterns. The cold wind blew the brocade robe, and the strands of white hair swayed in the wind, making the back of the nearly 60-year-old monarch look a bit desolate. Prince Zhengdu was conferred the title of Crown Prince, which means that the Zhengqi, which had gone through more than 300 years of ups and downs, has a new heir. As a monarch, no one does not want to live forever, but the way of heaven is so. Those who can reach this position also understand that their lifespan is limited, and sooner or later they will pass the throne to the young. Being able to select a qualified heir is almost the most important thing for every emperor in the second half of his life. Songji's father made a decision on the eve of his death, which shows how serious this matter is. If the choice is good, it is possible to lead a dynasty to an unprecedented prosperity. If the choice is wrong, Songji, the Emperor Yueling who has become history, is the most direct example at present. In theory, determining the heir should be a great thing for the whole country to celebrate, with peace in the court and stability in the kings, and the monarch can also breathe a sigh of relief, but the monarch of Qi, Zhonglin, is not happy at all at this time. Emperor Qi Zhonglin is nearly 60 years old. When he was born, the Zhong family of Daqi was at its most desolate. Thousands of royal family members were driven to the wild land of the northern frontier, sleeping on straw and tasting gall, and trying to find a way out from the poor mountains and bad waters. Zhonglin grew up in that environment, and was able to stand out among many princes to inherit the throne because Zhonglin had a breath in his heart, the breath of not returning to Chang'an and dying with eyes open. When other princes were drinking to drown their sorrows, the young Zhonglin was outside with the laborers to build horse farms, dig canals, build workshops, and search for mineral veins, trying every way to add bricks and tiles to Daqi, just to see the Zhong family of Daqi take back what belongs to them in his lifetime. In just a few decades, northern Qi has gone from a dog that lost its home to a tiger and wolf army, and the Dayo Iron Cavalry has been defeated step by step. It is true that the national teacher Zhou Qingkai was strategizing, but without the stubborn bones of the monarch Zhonglin to lead, how can a national teacher display his great ability? But Jiang's luck seems to have run out, and the sky is no longer on Jiang's side. Zhonglin's health has been deteriorating in recent years, and the war situation in the south has become tense, which has exhausted Zhonglin's energy. No one can say how long he can hold on. Because of overwork when he was young, Zhonglin had few children. It was not until he was almost 40 years old that he gave birth to a legitimate son, named Zhengdu, which means down-to-earth, single-minded, and persistent. But this son, who placed all his hopes on Zhonglin, showed the side of tiger father and dog son when he was young. He had small talents but no great abilities. He had neither the magnanimity of a benevolent monarch, nor the great talent and strategy of a heroic lord, and even the arbitrary and cruel of a tyrant. How can a person who can't even be a tyrant shock the civil and military officials in the court? Zhonglin did not expect Zhengdu to be as wise and brave as the son of Prince Su. Even if he knew how to use people to gain power for himself like the Prince of Nanyu, Chenju, he could still secure the position of the monarch of northern Qi. But Zhengdu did not have this talent. Mediocre and incompetent, difficult to accomplish great things was the only evaluation Zhonglin gave to this son. Moreover, even his hobbies were different from those of normal men. It seemed that God wanted to cut off the 1,000-year incense inheritance of the Zhong family. If there were any other choice, Zhonglin would not make this son the crown prince, but he had no choice at all. Tap tap tap. Under the eaves of the palace, Zhengdu, wearing a cloud-patterned brocade robe, walked quickly to the outside of the imperial study and bowed. Father. Zhonglin did not look back, or it could be said that he had never looked at the son straight in the eye since Zhengdu was 3 years old. He just looked at the towering city outside the eaves, and said coldly, "From today on, you are half the monarch of Dachi, what are you thinking about?" Zhengdu faced Roya, and faced this sudden question. He was not panicked, and said seriously, "As a monarch, he should hold his people accountable." The answer was quite quick, quoting the ancient classics, meaning that the monarch should make rules to discipline the people below, so that they can perform their duties. But this is obviously not what Zhang Lin wanted to hear. When Zhang Lin heard this old scholar-like answer, he felt a nameless fire in his heart, turned his head and said angrily, "You should be looking forward to my death. As long as I am alive, how can you inherit the throne? As long as I am alive, what can you use to hold your people accountable? As long as I am alive, I can abolish you as the prince at any time." "Father!" Zhang Du was frightened by this and his face turned pale, and he knelt down quickly. Zhang Lin, with his white hair, looked like an old lion, looking down at his son in front of him. Sitting in this position, you can be a brutal and murderous tiger, a greedy wolf, a treacherous and cunning fox, a cold-blooded and ruthless snake and scorpion, but you can't be a human. Loyalty, filial piety, integrity, shame, and courage are what you tell others, not what you have to keep. A king is always alone. For the position under your buttocks, your brothers, wife, and children dare to use knives against you. You only have yourself, and you are not selfish. What can you use to sit firmly in this position?" Zhang Du lowered his head, not knowing how to answer. After Zhang Lin glared for a while, he calmed down a little, looked at the palace outside again, and said coldly, "Are you still in contact with the son of the merchant?" Zhang Du's face froze, and he said quickly, "Father, I don't care what you think, but for a monarch, nothing is more important than sitting on the dragon throne. For this chair, there is nothing that cannot be given up. If you are ruthless, I will give you the position. If you are not ruthless, I will also fulfill your wish. At most, I will adopt one of the sons of the vassal king. Do you really think that if you become the prince, this position will be easy to get? Father, this. Get out." Zhang Lin didn't want to listen to Zhang Du's words at all, because saying good things 1,000 times is not as convincing as doing it once with your own hands. He turned around and entered the imperial study room without saying anything. Crown Prince Zhang Du knelt outside the imperial study room, bowed his head and remained silent for a long time, then slowly stood up. "Father, please pay attention to your body, don't get angry. Your son knows. After leaving Fufenggang, you will enter Yunzong County. If you walk along the Daking Mountains for 200 miles, you will reach Guiyan City, the capital of northern Qi. There are plains on both sides of Daking Mountain, and the south side is adjacent to the Yellow River. It is considered the main road in northern Qi. Towns are gradually increasing, and the population density is also increasing. Su Buling rode his horse on the snowy plain, and did not take the official road. When it was getting dark, he stopped at a river bend on the north bank of the Yellow River. Because he concealed his whereabouts, he did not encounter any accidents along the way, but the experience along the way was very different from the world of two people a few days ago. In the past, when traveling with Kui Zioan, Su Buling would tell stories. Kui Zioan would occasionally interrupt and ask questions, but she would just listen quietly most of the time. It was different when Chen Xining and Zhu Manzi followed. Manzi had great social skills, she could chat with anyone and never felt awkward, while Chen Xining would always join in the conversation, and she would feel uncomfortable if she didn't. The two girls walked on the left and right, chatting about everything from astronomy and geography to oil, salt, sauce and vinegar. They would chat for a long time with any bird they saw on the road. They had never stopped talking since they left Fufenggang in the morning. Su Buling was sandwiched in the middle, and it felt like there was a radio station playing cross-talk next to him, with surround sound. Even after they set up camp and slept in the tent, the two girls would still chat while lying together, as if they were going to whoever shuts up first loses. The little sparrows began to doubt their lives and flew to the far side of the Yellow River to stand and hide in peace. Kui Zioan was still weak and could not stand the cold, so she slept in the carriage. She listened to the two girls chatting and found it interesting. They hummed a little tune, just like listening to a storyteller. Su Buling entered the carriage with a basin of hot water, put it down next to the couch, and took off Xiaowen's embroidered shoes by her ankles. Seeing Xiaowen's appearance, he shook his head and smiled. "Why don't you respond if you are interested? It's boring to just listen." Kui Xiaowen leaned on the couch and let Su Buling play with her white feet. "I read a lot of books, but I haven't been out much. What they said is quite fresh, and I don't know how to respond." Su Buling put Xiaowen's feet in the hot water and comforted her with a smile. "Don't stay alone in the room all the time in the future. We are all family on the boat. We can sit together to play mahjong and chat, and we will naturally have something to say." "Oh." Kui Xiaowen agreed, and looked at Su Buling, who was half squatting in front of her. She felt warm in her heart. After soaking for a while, she remembered something. "By the way, your father-in-law is gone. You are not afraid now, right?" Su Buling was a little puzzled. "What am I afraid of?" Kui Xiaowen supported herself on the couch with both hands, smiled with curved eyebrows, thought for a while, raised her white toes, and lifted Su Buling's chin. "I am afraid that your father-in-law will see you doing something bad." Su Buling's eyes were raised a little, just in time to see the hem of Kui Xiaowen's nightgown sliding down along her raised legs. With the dim light in the carriage, some scenery came into view. White buns, no grass growing. Hiss. Su Buling staggered and almost got a stitch in the side. He instinctively wanted to look away, but he couldn't, his heart was beating like a drum. Kui Xiaowen bit her lower lip and said with a playful smile. "Ling does Aunt look pretty?" "More than pretty." Su Buling was sweating, holding Xiaowen's ankle, thinking for a while, suppressing the inexplicable fire, looking away, pretending to be unmoved. "Xiaowen, you are not well yet, don't do these things to test my willpower. Also, girls should be more reserved. Why are you like Bao Bao? Bao Bao was not like this at the beginning." Kui Xiaowen never knew what shyness was. She looked straight at Su Buling. "Aunt just likes you to have evil thoughts in your heart and pretend to be serious. Did mother seduce you like this? You still know it is seduction? The wording is really standard." Su Buling couldn't control his eyes, and glanced at her from time to time, chuckling. "It's not seduction." At that time, the baby was reluctant to resist but welcomed it, and I accidentally saw it. Kui Xiaowen smiled and asked curiously, "What was your reaction at that time?" Still pretending to be so serious. Su Buling was a little afraid of Xiaowen. Everything will turn into the opposite when it reaches the extreme. She is so innocent that she is even wilder than Dabai. How can he resist? Su Buling hesitated and kissed her arched instep. "That's what I did at that time." Kui Xiaowen shrank slightly, and her face turned red for a rare time. "Then what?" "Then." Su Buling blinked, and finally couldn't pretend anymore. The carriage stopped on the snow, and the dim lights cast some shadows on the window, moving silently. In the small tent next to them, Chen Xining and Zhu Manzi lay side by side on the floor, covered with thick quilts, still chatting. The two little snakes huddled between them. Perhaps they were used to Chen Xining's chatterbox and slept peacefully without being affected at all. "Manzi, during the day, Master Su said that he was not interested in the princess. I'm not talking about me, I'm just asking out of curiosity. Did Master Su get hurt by a princess in Chang'an City, so he's not interested in the princess?" "How could that be? Master Su is just teasing you. When we were in Chang'an City, many princesses and counties fell in love with Master Su at first sight, but Master Su ignored them. Master Su was very arrogant at that time." "Yes, he is quite arrogant, but Master Su doesn't seem to resist beauties. Why didn't he like those princesses? Do you need to ask this? Sister Xiang'er is the queen mother. How can Master Su have the nerve to make a move on Sister Xiang'er's granddaughter?" Besides, Master Su seems to like those who are older than him. I heard from a foot that older sisters know how to handle things. They know what to do after patting their buttocks. Little girls know nothing and can't serve people. Chen Xining frowned slightly, and seemed to understand what she heard. She tilted her head and looked at him. Then you are not older than me, how did Master Su like you? Zhu Manzi frowned and puffed out her chest with a little dissatisfaction. How am I not older than you? I am older than Daning. Chen Xining looked down and didn't want to join in the conversation for the first time. She turned around and faced the other side. Zhu Manzi laughed and wanted to continue teasing Chen Xining, the innocent little girl, but Chen Xining frowned and raised her hand to stop her from talking. Zhu Manzi looked a little confused and looked around. What's wrong? Manzi, did you hear any strange sounds? What sound? Chen Xining listened carefully, but the sound disappeared again. She could only ask. Mr. Su. Soon, Kui Zioan's voice came from outside the tent. He is combing my blood and qi. It's nothing. You just go to bed early. The voice was unstable, as if she was a little tired. Chen Xining nodded slightly and sat up from the quilt. I know a little bit, how about I come? No, no, you can't come, go to bed early. Su Buling responded quickly. Chen Xining blinked her eyes and wanted to say something, but the quick-wit Man Ji guessed everything, pulled Chen Xining back and laid her down, blushing as she said. Just chat about your own things, and let Mr. Su be busy. Where were you just now? Oh, you are older than Daning. I am really older than Daning, I measured it with a ruler. The night was dark, the world was silent, the sound became smaller and smaller, but the lights in the carriage were on all night. Please give me a monthly ticket or two. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. The Prince is very fierce. Author, Guan Guan Gong Zi. Chapter 823. The next day, the weather cleared up, and the warm winter sun shone on thousands of miles of snowy fields. Next to us was the majestic Yellow River. The vast and empty scenery made people feel relaxed and happy. Su Buling held a riding whip and sat against the door of the carriage, looking at the clouds in the sky. He felt that the white clouds were like tender and juicy white steamed buns. Su Buledenling frowned, feeling that something was wrong with him and sat up a little straighter, but he still felt unfinished. Last night, Xiao Wan seduced her confidently, and he definitely couldn't resist it. Although he was worried about Xiao Wan's body and didn't make any real moves, he couldn't help but show off his words and get a taste of it. It sounds similar to Dabai, but at that time, Dabai was always coy and shy, wishing to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Zioan was different. She didn't know what shyness meant at all. She cooperated openly and would bite her lower lip and look at him. Occasionally she would ask, "Isn't it sweet? The contrast and impact are not ordinary." However, Zioan is an untouched woman after all. No matter how special her personality is, her body is still weak. In the end, she was tortured so much that she fell asleep and has not gotten up until now. The weather was excellent in the early morning, and the snowfield was very quiet. It was so quiet that it was a bit strange. After thinking about it carefully, I realized that Manzi and Chen Xining had forgotten to talk about crosstalk. The two of them didn't chat, not because they had nothing to say, but because Manzi always went to bed late and got up late. When Chen Xining pulled him out of the tent, he didn't wake up at all. He got on the horse and lay down with his face spread out. There was also a bamboo hat covering it to block the light. The little sparrow found a good place, lying among the branches of clothes, eating pine nuts comfortably. Without Zhu Manzi's head, Chen Xining naturally had nothing to say and rode ahead, paying careful attention to the surrounding situation. The two little snakes no longer had to dance, they were as happy as the Chinese New Year, and they rubbed Chen Xining's little face gratefully. They were so stupid that Su Buling was quite amused. A few people just walked on the snowy plains. The horses ran very fast on the endless straight roads. At about noon, they arrived at Guiyan City located on the bank of Yangshu Lake. The majestic city rises from the ground, and the majestic city walls can be seen from more than 10 miles away. The surrounding official roads extend in all directions, and there are more and more car and horse teams. There are all kinds of caravans from the western regions, the Central Plains, and Mobei, but the number is smaller during the New Year period. Or the northern Chi people entering and leaving the city. Su Buling found a place outside the city to place 3 wind-chasing horses, replaced them with ordinary horses pulling the carriage, and then blended into the caravan entering the city and entered the city. As soon as he stepped into the city gate, the scene he entered suddenly changed. Thousands of streets, hundreds of squares, numerous high-rise buildings, endless carriages and horses, and crowds of scholars. If it weren't for the fact that all the men on the streets had their hair down, Su Buring would have thought he was back in Chang'an. Zuk Street in the city. Chen Xining has seen cities in the Central Plains all the way here, but this is the first time he has seen one with such a large scale and neat planning. Compared with the majestic Guiyan City, it is no problem to say that Nanya Kingdom is an urban-rural junction. After all, she is also a princess of the same country. When Chen Xining saw the prosperous scene in front of her that far surpassed her hometown, her beautiful eyes showed a bit of envy. She walked in front of Su Buling and asked, "Mr. Su, is Chang'an City more impressive than this?" Su Buling led the carriage, glanced at the buildings with cornices that were quickly forming, and said with a smile, "That's natural. Chang'an City has been the capital of past dynasties. It has been expanded for nearly 1,000 years. It has a permanent population of over 1 million. In terms of prosperity, it is comparable to Hangzhou. In terms of style, no city in the world can match it. The expansion of Guiyan City cannot be compared to Jiezhou. Although the scale is it's quite big, but the population is still small, and it still needs time to settle." Zhu Manzi was still a little sleepy, so he spoke to Ichiki. "Yeah, despite the size of the place here, Northern Qi is short of supplies and there is basically nothing good to eat. Chang'an City is different. Just the delicacies from all over the world, if you change them one meal a day, it will not be the same throughout the year, so you don't have to play. As I said, I've been here for more than a year and haven't even finished visiting all the fun places in 108 squares." Chen Xining had never seen Dao's super large city with her own eyes, so she couldn't imagine that kind of scene. She thought for a moment. "If that's the case, I definitely have to go and see it if I get the chance." Su Buling said with a smile, "Your father's royal fiefdom is not far from Chang'an. After you go back this time, you can go shopping. There is a son's shop over there, brewing the best wine in the world. You must go there. One trip." When Chen Xining heard this, her interest in admiring the street scene faded a little. She turned to look at Su Buring and hesitated for a moment. "Master, you've finished your business here and aren't going back to Chang'an? It doesn't seem like it would be interesting for me to go shopping alone." Su Buling thought for a while. "Spring will start soon when we get back. We have to fight in Jiangnan, so I probably won't have time to go back to Chang'an. If Miss Chen doesn't want to accompany her father to join the vassal so early, she can also accompany Manzi to Jiangnan first. Anyway, Manzi, I can chat with you, it's good to take a walk while I'm young." Zhu Manzi thought the same way. "Yes, it's so lively on the boat. I also want to take you to see the Xiao family in Huainan. Does the head of the Xiao family in Huainan know?" "Mr. Xiao Ting Xiao, please call me Aunt according to my seniority." Su Buling was stunned for a moment, and after careful calculation, it seemed that it was true. Chen Xining originally wanted to broaden her horizons in the Central Plains, but now she naturally raised her lips and smiled. Well, that's what I have in mind, as long as Mr. Su doesn't find it troublesome. Inside the carriage, Kui Zioan had already woken up, opened the window, and said with a smile. Xining, he wants you to follow him, why would he find it troublesome? Su Buletinling's expression froze. Zhu Manzi thought so too, but didn't dare to say it. Chen Xining blushed, pretending she heard nothing, slowed down the horse and came to the window, changing the subject. And, why did you get up so late today? Are you feeling unwell? Kui Zioan's face was rosy and she was in great spirits, not looking uncomfortable at all. She shook her head and said. Yesterday Su Buling helped me regulate my blood circulation, and I feel much better. Let him do the same to you when he has time, you will definitely like it. Su Buling was speechless and couldn't interrupt, so he could only pat Manzier's buttocks, who was laughing secretly, called Xiao Mak over to arrange the task, and then found an inn in the city to stay for the time being. The sun was setting in the west, and the streets were filled with people. Near the carriage and horse shop in the south of the city, where all kinds of people gathered, merchants gathered here, and people from all walks of life from all over the country also gathered here, selling martial arts, or renting cars and buying horses, preparing for the journey of the new year. The crowd was bustling, and although they were going in different directions, they all had their own destinations. Only Lu Wei was walking aimlessly on the street, not knowing where to go next. Lu Wei watched the Battle of Ma Zongling all the way. From that day on, he found that the knife he was proud of on his waist was not sharp anymore. He could numb himself by practicing the knife with concentration, and wanted to practice to be the best in the world and practice to be unrestrained, but the life and death fight of 9 masters was enough to destroy the confidence and pride of ordinary warriors. Lu Wei realized from then on that even if he practiced for a lifetime, he could not catch up with the strongest warriors in Ma Zong town. The martial arts in front of him were out of reach, so it was difficult to bring up the arrogance of who else but me. People who practice martial arts rely on this breath to support themselves. Once this breath is dissipated, even if they are geniuses, they can never reach the top of the world again. But if he doesn't practice the knife, what will be left? Lu Wei took Su Buling and Chen Xining's words to heart, and wanted to find a quiet place to think carefully, and come out when he figured it out. In fact, he was tired of the present life and wanted to find a place to be quiet. But it was not so easy to let go of the past. After wandering around in the snow, he still walked to Guiyan City. He came and wanted to leave, but he didn't know where to go, and he wanted to say goodbye before leaving. He walked from the beginning to the end of the street, and from the end of the street to the beginning of the street. Lu Wei didn't know how long he walked in a daze, and suddenly a shout came into his ears. Calculate good and bad luck, calculate misfortune and fortune. The voice was a little familiar. Lu Wei came back to his senses, hesitated, turned into a small street, and saw the familiar girl outside a small fur shop. Inside the fur shop, there was also a middle-aged woman, also greeting customers. The shop was crowded with customers, and the fortune-telling stall was empty. Lu Wei stopped for a moment, walked to the fortune-telling stall, and showed that sunny smile. Girl, what a coincidence. Xiao Dehua was worried about the lack of customers, and when she saw the young swordsman in front of her, she was even more worried. She quickly hugged the fortune-telling box on the table and said seriously, "Why are you here again? I told you that I can't tell the fortune accurately. I won't tell it for you, otherwise it will ruin my reputation." Lu Wei sat down in front of the fortune-telling stall and picked up his hat. This time it's not about marriage, it's about future. Xiao Dehua shook her head, it doesn't work for anything. You only shake the bad fortune for yourself. How can I tell it for you? If you have nothing to do, I'll kick you out if you don't do anything. Lu Wei really didn't know what to do this time. He wanted to see what God would do, so he didn't get up and leave. He continued. How about I don't touch the fortune stick tube, and you shake it for me? Whatever comes out is what it comes out. Xiao Dehua blinked her eyes and thought it was a good idea. She put the fortune stick tube back on the table. Then it settled. I'll shake it, and you'll take your own consequences. Okay. Calculate your future, you're going to travel far away, right? Yes. Xiao Dehua nodded after asking, picked up the fortune stick tube, and shook it a few times in a serious manner. Soon, a bamboo stick fell on the table. There are 108 fortune sticks, and the best fortune stick is 106. How could it be possible to shake out anything else? After looking down, Xiao Dehua was delighted. Wow! A very good fortune. Congratulations, sir. No matter where you go this time, you will definitely have smooth sailing. You will get money and your wishes will come true. The words were not perfunctory at all. They sounded like the real thing. I don't know how many times he practiced. Lu Wei looked at the bamboo sticks on the table and smiled softly. Thank you, little Taoist priest, for your good words. After saying that, he took out a silver ingot and put it on the table, and stood up. Xiao Dehua took the silver with a clear conscience. She put it in her arms like a little money grubber, said goodbye, sir, and prepared to go back to the shop to show off to her mother. But before Xiao Dehua entered the fur shop, she saw Lu Wei walking in the opposite direction of the carriage and horse shop, heading towards the center of Guiyan City. Xiao Dehua was stunned, and ran out quickly, asking, Aren't you going on a long journey? The door is over there, you're going the wrong way. Lu Wei paused, turned back and smiled. Didn't the girl say that wherever you go, everything will go smoothly and all your wishes will come true? Xiao Dehua was speechless for a moment, and it was really hard to change what she had just said. Lu Wei didn't say anything more, pulled down his bamboo hat, and walked quickly into the city, no longer hesitating. Xiao Dehua saw this and felt something was wrong. Although she was young, she was good at observing people's words and expressions. Just now, she clearly saw that the young swordsman was about to leave, but didn't know where to go, so she said those auspicious words to cheer up the young swordsman, but he turned around and walked back. Being able to travel far away but aimlessly, it was obvious that there was something going on in Guiyan City and he couldn't stay any longer before leaving. Thinking of the marriage last time, a bold guess appeared in Xiao Dehua's mind. The young swordsman liked a girl, but for some reason he couldn't get her, so he was ready to go away and forget about this sad incident. As a result, she gave blind encouragement and gave the young swordsman confidence to go back and try again. People are already discouraged. Isn't this leading people to a dead end? If a hot-blooded Jianghu person takes risks and gets into trouble, won't she become an unscrupulous Taoist priest who tells fortunes? This young swordsman seems to be out of his mind, and there is a high chance of causing trouble. Although Xiao Dehua was not a Taoist priest, she could not destroy the signboard of the fortune-telling stall, and she did not want to leave a knot in her heart because of her words. When the master found out, he had to punish her by not eating candied horse for 3 months. Little Dehua stood at the door and thought for a moment, then turned and walked towards the street. Mom, I'm going to find master. I'll be back in a few days. Well, listen to your master carefully, but don't eat what you want every day. What will you do if you get fat and can't get married? Mother is still thinking of asking you to find a son from a prince's family to be your husband. If you can't succeed in martial arts, you should still be a rich man. Madam Comfortable. Oh, I know, I know. On Suanwu Street, the Crown Prince Zhang Kai changed into a prince's robe and walked out of the palace. The carriage stopped outside the gate, and more than a dozen guards stood on both sides. When they saw Zhang Kai coming out, one of the guards quickly stepped forward and bowed to report. His Royal Highness, you just went to the Imperial Preceptor's mansion. Mr. Zhou said that there is something going on at home, so he will not drink with His Highness today. Please forgive me. Zhang Kai frowned when he heard this. As the son of a feudal lord, he certainly doesn't have many close friends. After all, there are not many people who are well matched in the world. Zhang Kai came to Chang'an to seek refuge. He didn't really want to go out, but he didn't go out in the first month of the year. There were poetry gatherings, flower gatherings, and other occasions in the city every day. When he was in the city, it was impossible for outsiders not to send messages, and some could refuse, but Guiyan City's top election must not be missed. Originally, Zhou Zhan was bound to come to such an occasion, and the two of them could sit in a private room and make comments. Without Zhou Zhan, it would obviously be much boring to be alone. Zhang Kai hesitated and asked, "Who else is going to Chunyuat Tower today?" The guard responded seriously, "Basically all the young men in the city are here, and Prince Zhou is also here. I heard that he has prepared 10,000 taels of silver to make the barbarian women from the western regions in the Black City the Warren." "Look, Your Highness." When Zhang Kai heard this, his temper suddenly boiled. There were only two vassal kings with real power in the northern Qi dynasty, both of whom held heavy troops. According to the king's check and balance technique, it was impossible for both parties to live in harmony. After all, if the left and right princes wore the same pair of trousers, the monarch would be directly ignored. Although the princes on the left and right put the overall situation first, they had many disputes in private. Especially the last time Zhang Kai was captured, the one who scolded him the most was Prince Zhou. He lamented his misfortune and hated him for not fighting, so he was still there. Zhang Kai, who was a prisoner in Chang'an, told him to commit suicide in Chang'an and die. Of course, last time Prince Zhou lost Wang Nangguan, Prince Right scolded him a lot. This time when he went south into the Central Plains, Prince Zhou didn't dare to say anything because he almost lost Yuan Zhou last time and couldn't hold his head up. Now that both parties have suffered a big loss, it can be considered even. Zhang Kai is also planning to take Yu, the girl from Guiyan City, as the Warren. How can he bear it when he hears Prince Zhou and his son coming to stir up trouble? Let's go and call Zhou Zhan again. You can't miss this opportunity today. I've never been able to play with Su Buling, and I can't play with him like Zhang Rui. I really think that my heir apparent is a piece of paper. Zhang Kai flicked his sleeves and strode onto the carriage. Just as he was about to enter the carriage, he looked up and saw a plump little sparrow standing on the top of the carriage, looking at him. "Oh, this sparrow is really fat. Come, I'll reward you with 2 handfuls of melon seeds." "Promise." "Little sparrow? Am I fat?" The sky is getting dark, and the red sun sinks into the horizon, bringing up the lights of thousands of houses and the sky full of stars. In the inn in Fangshijian, Su Buling stood on the terrace at the top of the high-rise building, looking at the city with a sea of lights. His eyes showed a little surprise, and he changed his mind when he first arrived. Guiyan City may have insufficient foundation and a smaller population, but its almost obsessive-compulsive planning ability still allowed Su Buling to see some shadows of the prosperous Qi dynasty back then. Daqi is most famous for its foundry and infrastructure. Even though it has been reduced to a wanderer outside the Great Wall, its architectural attainments are still meticulous. During the day, I only saw that the city looked a bit like Chang'an. At night, I realized that the layout of the entire city was seamlessly integrated. The watchtowers, drum towers, corners, etc. were all closely spaced. They were decorated with lamps. The colors of the lampstands in each place were particular, making the entire city look like one. The city looks radiant and dazzling, not losing the majesty and solemnity of Chang'an City, but not as gloomy as Chang'an City, and even a bit dreamy. Kui Zioan liked this neat and beautiful scenery very much. She stood next to Su Buling and looked through the telescope, and said crisply. According to records in the book, Chang'an, the capital of Dachi, is like a coiled dragon during the day and like a heavenly palace at night. I used to think it was an exaggeration, but now it seems to be true. It's not that Chang'an city doesn't look good at night, it's because it was badly damaged during the previous wars. This is what Chang'an city should look like. Yes, when we invade northern Qi, we have to bring back all the craftsmen. Then we can renovate Chang'an city and make it look like this. Chen Xining and Zhu Manzi felt the same way. They were so attracted by the beautiful night scene that they forgot to even chat. The four of them admired the night view for a while, and then there was a sound of wings flapping in the sky, and then the little sparrow landed on the fence, jumping around and chirping, looking like it was pissed off. Su Buling thought the little sparrow had suffered a loss, so he hurried over to pick it up, carefully looked it up and down, and after making sure that no hair had fallen off, he breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "What's wrong with Yi? Did someone hit you with a slingshot?" Chirp 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 chirp. The little sparrow couldn't talk, so naturally it couldn't tell Su Buling that someone said it was fat, it was just fat because of its hair in winter. Su Buling could see that the little sparrow was very annoyed, and even refused to eat pine nuts. He patiently coaxed it for a long time before it calmed down, and then asked, "Have you found any clues? Is the defense of the imperial city strict?" The little sparrow still knew how to express whether the guards were strict. It chirped a few times, indicating that it was very strict, and pointed outside with its beak, asking Su Buling to follow it out. Su Buling knew that he had made a discovery, and he did not hesitate to take the weapon wrapped in black cloth from the room. Chen Xining actually wanted to follow Su Buling to do things, but as a half-thug, she had to protect Xiao Wan's safety, so she obviously couldn't go out. Su Buling was unfamiliar with the place, and it was his first time going out. He didn't know the specific situation, and he didn't bring Manzi with him. After changing into a robe commonly seen in the market, he left the inn alone and followed the little sparrow to the city. The little sparrow came back at night, so naturally he followed all the way. After flying above the house for a while, he came to a large high-rise building. The high-rise building was brightly lit, and outside there were many cars and horses, almost blocking the wide long street. The sound of stringed instruments and the cheers of men came from the high-rise building, and scenes of brothers greeting each other could be seen everywhere. Su Buling looked at the sign, but saw the three words Chunyuatang written on it. Just looking at this scene, you can tell that it is a brothel. The little sparrow would definitely not bring him to whorehouses. After taking a few glances, Su Buling entered Chunyua Hall through the window. A stage was built in the grand high-rise building, with many singers playing piano and dancing on it. The seats below were full and the sound of rewarding was endless. Since leaving Chang'an City, Su Buling has not participated in such occasions for a long time, and he watched with interest. But the little sparrow was anxious, hiding in his collar, pecking at his neck, signaling him to walk faster. Following the guidance of the little sparrow, Su Buling walked a little in the corridor. Before he went upstairs, the bead curtain on the third floor was lifted, and Zhang Kai's figure appeared in the window, looking at the opposite side. The little sparrow suddenly became excited and called twice, as if saying, "It's him, he just said I was fat," beat him up again, like a bullied younger brother calling his elder brother. Su Buling looked up and his eyes lit up slightly. "I was just worrying about how to get into the imperial city to get the agar wood, but unfortunately, a ready-made guide showed up at my doorstep. The prince is very fierce." Author, Guan Guan Gongzi. Chapter 824. The wind abides in the dust and the fragrance of the flowers has gone. I am tired of combing my hair day and night. The Chunyua Hall was packed with seats, and the top brothel from Taiyuan was performing on the stage a song that had been sung for a long time in the Hook Bar. The private room on the third floor was richly decorated, with carved soft couches and white jade cups and cups. Zhang Kai tapped the fence with his fingers. While admiring it, his eyes were on the bead curtain opposite the hall, thinking about how to suppress Zhang Rui, the eldest son of Prince Zhou. Zhou Zhan didn't come over, and it was a bit troublesome for him to come up with ideas. There was no confidant or friend present who could talk about men's topics. After Zhang Kai thought about it for a moment, he was about to ask a girl to come up to help with advice. He raised his hand to the back. Someone is coming. There were footsteps outside the private room, the door opened, and the guard came behind him. Zhang Kai stood with his hands behind his hands, his eyes swept around the warblers below, and said, "Go and call that dark-looking girl up. She's standing there all alone, with no one to support her. She looks quite pitiful." What Zhang Kai was referring to was an exotic woman standing in the corner of the hall. She must have come from overseas. She had a dark complexion and naturally curly hair. She couldn't be said to be unattractive, but she obviously did not conform to the aesthetics of the princes of Guiyan City. Being ostracized by peers. The guard behind him did not bow and say no, but spoke with slight approval. "His Royal Highness is quite warm-hearted." Zhang Kai's stern and extraordinary expression turned to stone on the spot. This sound seems to be totally unconscionable. Zhang Kai didn't look back. He raised his legs and prepared to climb over the fence and jump into the hall from the third floor. No matter how strong the desire for survival is, the gap in hard power is still obvious. As soon as Zhang Kai's muscles moved, there was a stabbing pain in the back of his neck. After the world was spinning, he fell onto the soft ground. After all, Zhang Kai is the prince of the vassal, how can he bear the tossing back and forth? He raised his hand, pointed at the black-robed young man in front of him, lowered his voice and said angrily, "Is it over yet? Ah! Why are you always looking at me? I've already hid in Guiyan City. Did I provoke you?" Su Buring seemed unaware of it, sat down on the chair next to him, picked up the wine bottle, poured himself a glass, and smelled it slowly. Zhang Kai didn't dare to shout loudly. He sat a little closer and pointed to the opposite side. "This is at the feet of the emperor. There are a lot of princes, and ministers. Prince Zhou's son Zhang Rui is over there. Why don't you go and kidnap him? Prince Zhou is right opposite your house. If you kidnap Prince Zhou's son, it will cost you several cities at least. What's the point of tying me up?" Su Buling leaned back on the chair, took a sip from the wine glass, and smiled peacefully. "I can't help it. I already know you in Baiki. When you first come here, you must find an acquaintance to find out." Zhang Kai slapped his knee. "Don't you know Zhang Rui? You also congratulated his father on his birthday. He was sitting next to Prince Zhou at the time. You should have met." Su Buling thought about it for a moment and shook his head. There were many people at that time. Prince Zhou had so many sons. I couldn't tell who was who. Once we know each other, we know each other once we meet. How about I show you the way? Let's go. Zhang Kai also wanted to divert trouble to the east and ask Su Buling to tie up Zhang Rui on the other side. It's a pity that Su Buling didn't have that spare time, so he couldn't take him away even if he was tied up. He put down his wine glass. "No need to talk nonsense. Before I leave Guiyan City, you can't go anywhere. Whether you can go back alive and become the heir apparent depends on your own cleverness." Zhang Kai choked on his words and held it in for a long time. Finally, he had no choice but to go back. Okay, I'm in trouble. If you want to ask anything, ask it quickly, but I'm only temporarily staying in Guiyan City. This is the capital of Northern Qi. I can't help you with much." Su Buling was satisfied and asked, "Is there an agar wood paperweight in the imperial city?" When Zhang Kai heard this, he frowned. "You work so hard to get deep into the enemy's territory, just for a piece of broken wood. If you want to say it straight, I can buy you a cart and send it to Chang'an to be used as firewood." I just ask you not to bother me in the future. Really of. Su Buling's eyes turned slightly cold. What do you say when asked, and if you continue to make jokes, you will have to visit the Prime Minister's mansion for the rest of your life. Zhang Kai's body felt slightly cold. He sat up straight and clamped his legs, and answered seriously. There is a paperweight handed down from our ancestors. It is considered an heirloom of my Zhang family. It is said to have the effect of prolonging life. It has always been kept by the emperor's side. In recent years, the holy dragon's health has been poor, so he carries it with him. I will definitely not be able to steal it. Su Buling frowned slightly when he heard this. It's impossible that no one can get close to Emperor Qi. You must know a few of the officials, maids, and concubines around you, right? Zhang Kai thought for a moment. Well, palace people have to go through several doors to enter and leave the imperial city. If you steal it, you can't take it out. If you really want to let someone steal it, it seems that you can only do it from the Prince Zhangdu. Zhangdu, I have just received my crown and have been regent recently. I have spent more time in contact with the Lord. It depends on whether you have the ability to deal with the crown prince. If you think about it, coercing the prince of a country to steal something is a fool's errand. Su Buling felt that this method would not work, but since he had come here, there was no other way for the time being, so it was not impossible to check the situation first. First, arrange for someone to inquire about the prince's movements. Good. Zhang Kai nodded seriously, stood up, and walked out. After just 2 steps, Zhang Kai stopped again when Su Buling didn't stop him, and turned around and said, "Am I leaving?" Su Buling raised his eyebrows. "What do you think?" Zhang Kai was dejected and walked back. After a while, on the bustling street, a dozen or so guards drove back in carriages. Several trusted followers who had received the order dispersed throughout the city to inquire about Prince Zhangdu. The music and singing in the Chunyua Hall was still going on. Zhang Kai went downstairs to the hall, and in front of the princes and nobles in the hall, he hooked the He Buliuqiu singer's neck quite wildly. "Beauty, accompany me to the back to have fun." Then, in a silence that was about to stop talking, he hugged the frightened singer and went to the back of Chunyua Hall. Naturally, all the guests did not dare to disturb the Lord's son's enjoyment. Even Zhang Rui, the eldest son of the Zhou prince, who was displeased with Zhang Kai, raised their hands in admiration and watched Zhang Kai disappear into the corridor. After Zhang Kai left the noisy lobby, the smile on his face turned into one of despair. He raised his hand to drive away the attentive madam and walked out of the back door. The back door of the brothel was prepared for dignitaries who could not show up in public. It was very private. There were alleyways extending in all directions. Except for the 2 thugs, no pedestrians could be seen. After Zhang Kai walked to a quiet place with his arms around the singer, he said to the shy black beauty, "You go directly to my house and stay while I go out to do some errands. If anyone asks, just say you don't know." When the singer heard this, she was a little disappointed, but she didn't dare to refuse. After bowing respectfully, she turned and walked towards the city. Zhang Kai looked at Black Pearl's extremely exaggerated lower body and was a little reluctant to part with it. After the figure walked away, he spread his hands and said, "I've done as you said. Where are you taking me now? We agreed in advance that I won't live in a shabby house, and I won't arrange for girls to wait on me. I must have a bed for the quilt, and at least 1 meal a day. If there is wine, then that's it. It couldn't be better." Su Buling fell down from the alleyway, took out the bamboo hat and cloak he had just brought and threw them to Zhang Kai. "As long as you obey me and I won't starve you to death, let's go." Zhang Kai might be familiar with it, but he was not nervous at all. He followed Su Buling and looked back from time to time. "Actually, it's okay to take that black girl with you. It's a little darker, and there shouldn't be any difference if you blow out the lamp. It's better than being tied up and starving and freezing alone." You're really not picky about food. You're all a prisoner now, do I have any choice? After talking nonsense all the way, Su Buring took John Kai to a smaller inn, opened a room, and let John Kai in. John Kai glanced at the environment and was quite satisfied. However, before he could say a few words, Su Buling gagged his mouth with a cloth and tied him tightly. Su Buring clapped his hands and made sure there was nothing wrong, then turned and walked out of the room. The little sparrow that had been following him flew into the corridor from the window and hovered in front of Su Buling. He grabbed 2 melon seeds from nowhere on his small claws and wanted to put them in Su Buling's hand. Su Buring didn't understand what he meant. He opened his palm to catch the melon seeds and wanted to taste them. However, the little sparrow was anxious and quickly stood on Su Buring's hand and pointed to the room with its beak. After Su Buletinling observed for a while, he finally understood Yi's meaning, turned around and opened the door again. John Kai was tied to the bed and was trying to untie the rope. He was startled when he saw Su Buling leaving and coming back, and he quickly acted like he was honest. With a stern face, Su Buling walked to the bed and placed 2 melon seeds on the stool beside the bed. He said nothing from beginning to end, mainly because he didn't know why he gave John Kai 2 melon seeds. John Kai was definitely more confused. After Su Buling went out again, he looked at the 2 melon seeds on the stool and felt that there must be a deep meaning in them. He frowned and his expression gradually became serious. Is it possible to say that he and I are both princes and there is no difference between us? No, it's a big difference. I only have 2 days to live. Or is there a bigger metaphor? After taking care of John Kai, Su Buling returned to the nearby inn where he stayed. The moon was already above the branches, the lights in Giyanchin's market stayed on all night, and pedestrians were still crowded on the street. The booked rooms were on the 3rd floor, adjacent to each other. It was still early, and Manzi and Chen Xining were not asleep yet. They were already chatting at the night view on the terrace of their room. Su Buling didn't feel sleepy. After saying hello, he went to the room on the right to see how Zioan was doing. As soon as I walked to the door of the room, I heard the faint sound of water splashing and humming inside. She was singing a ditty from the street. Her voice was soft and graceful, and she sang even better than the singer outside. Su Buling curled his lips, slowed down his movements, and gently opened the door. Although it is an inn, but it is located in Giyan City, it is definitely much more luxurious than an inn in a remote area. It has a suite layout, soft furnishings, a desk, and a coffee table. You can overlook the night view of the city from the window, and the environment is very good. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Ah Ching raised his green head from the jewelry box. When he found out that it was Su Buling, he shrank back again. He was obviously arranged to be here as a sentry. Su Buling closed the door and glanced at the screen in the inner room. Through the light of the lights, you can see a concave and convex profile, with delicate hands holding water and spraying it under the collarbone, the handsome peaks and ridges trembling slightly with the waves, which is indescribably moving. Su Buling raised his eyebrows and did not go in to disturb. He sat down on the couch and drank tea and watched quietly. After a while, Kui Zioan got out of the bathtub, wearing a tea-green nightgown, wiping her hair with a towel, and walked out from behind the screen, her face still moist and a little rosy. Looking up and seeing Su Buling sitting in the room, Kui Zioan was frightened and hid quickly, but soon came out again, with a bit of anger. You don't go back to your room to sleep at night, and come here to eat Auntie's steamed buns again. Cough, cough. Su Buling choked on his tea, coughed twice, put the teacup aside, shook his head and chuckled. How could it be, snored. Kui Zioan didn't look shy when she saw Su Buling admitting it. She walked to Su Buling and sat down as usual, and said in a crisp voice like an elder. You are young and need to know how to control yourself. I don't know how many young heroes have been drained by wine and sex in ancient times. You can be King Joe and King Yu, but my mother and I don't want to be Daji and Bayasi. The baby doesn't want to, but the body is honest. Su Buling muttered to himself, took the towel and helped Xiaoan wipe her hair. I've just had a taste of it, but I haven't really done it. You have the nerve to say that if the two little girls next door know what you look like, they will be scared away. Miss Chen probably can, but Man Zi can't. Why? Have you ever licked Man Zi? Not yet. Kui Xiaoan's words were very calm, as if she were talking about normal things, without any hint of provocation. Su Buling couldn't bear it anymore, so he wiped his hands and slid them down his shoulders. Kui Xiaoan didn't avoid it, she leaned into Su Buling's arms and twirled a strand of hair with her fingers. Just start whatever you want to do. You have to sleep later. I didn't sleep well last night. Are you anxious? Obviously we can't talk anymore today. Su Buling couldn't tease Kui Xiaoan, but was teased so much that he simply stopped pretending, lowered his head and blocked Xiaoan's lips, and his nightgown fell to the ground. Ba ba ba. The noise in the street is still there. In the room on the left, Zhu Manzi and Chen Xining were sitting on the terrace. There was a small case in the middle with several bottles of sake from Fenhe River. The two bottles were empty and lay crookedly on the table. Chen Xining drank well, but she was responsible for security, so she didn't drink too much. She just drank with Manzi and enjoyed the bustling night scene that she had never seen in South Vietnam. Zhu Manzi was already too drunk. After 2 bottles of not-so-strong sake, his face turned red and a little drunker. He held a small wine glass and murmured earnestly. Old Chen, Benji is from here. He went out to travel around the world at the age of 14. He was admitted to the Wolf Guard at the age of 15. He met Mr. Su at the age of 16. He has seen all kinds of storms. Apart from not being older than you, he is older than you in every aspect, so well, you should listen carefully to the experiences of people who have been there. Chen Xining leaned on the small table, her peach blossom eyes seemed drunk but not drunk, and she was slightly unconvinced by Manzi's drunken nonsense. You're not as tall as me. Facing this heart-piercing knife, Zhu Manzi suddenly frowned. What's the point of a woman being so tall? My martial arts skills are better than yours. Zhu Manzi slapped the small table. I'm talking to you about something serious. I'm doing it for your own good. If you interrupt again and say these irrelevant things, I won't talk about it. Chen Xining picked up the wine glass and took a sip, signaling to continue. Zhu Manzi was then satisfied and continued to speak earnestly. Old Chen, when you meet a man you like, you must not be shy and take the initiative in doing things. What you are most afraid of is that people treat you as a girl and you treat them as a brother. I was like this back then. I always wanted to be with you. Mr. Su calls himself brother and sister, but if Mr. Su wants to take advantage, he pretends he doesn't understand, and then he almost becomes Zhu 12. Manzi's words came from the sincerity and were not drunken nonsense. Chen Xining blinked and subconsciously looked at the room next door. Of course I know this, but when you meet a man you like, you need to take the initiative. There is also a sense of loyalty between men and women. You can't just get close and just think you like him. Zhu Manzi was really experienced in this, so he came closer with interest and said seriously. Friends in the world are like-minded, which is far different from the love between men and women. Have you ever dreamed about it? Chen Xining nodded. Have you ever dreamed of a man? Chen Xining hesitated for a moment, glanced left and right, and then nodded vaguely. The man must have dreamed about it, but it's not the kind you think. Zhu Manzi raised his little hand. Dreaming about killing, punishing, raping and eradicating evil with a man is called loyalty. Dreaming about hugging and cuddling with a man is called liking. What kind of thing are you dreaming about? Well. Chen Xining's expression froze. What she dreamed about seemed to be that she was beating Su Buletin Ling, but she didn't do it, and then Su Buletinling hugged her. "What is this?" Zhu Manzi chuckled, shook his head and said, "It's okay not to say it, you just know it in your heart." "What do I know?" Chen Xining was already confused, and now she is even more confused. Zhu Manzi talked to himself for a moment, then remembered something, tilted his head and asked, "What happened to what you were asking about when you went to get the wine?" Chen Xining was still thinking about the dream, and said a little absently, "I asked casually how many princesses the Emperor of Daki has, but the youngest one is 30 years old, and she is still married, so Mr. Su should look down on her." When Zhu Manzi heard this, he sat up straighter and felt a little worried. Mr. Su seems to like older people. If he abducts another princess, Sister Hongluan will definitely become jealous. I've asked. Several of the princes-in-law are still alive and they are not widows. Mr. Su can't abduct even married men. You can't say for sure. If you kill your consort, you'll be a widow. That's how Xiaowen came to be. After chatting for a while, Zhu Manzi was drunk and lay down on the small table in a daze. Chen Xining shook her head, stood up and picked up Manzi, returned to the room, helped Manzi take off her clothes, and put him under the quilt. It was already getting late. Chen Xining stood by the bed and hesitated for a moment. He wanted to chat with Su Buling, but the marriage was put on hold for the time being. He didn't know what to talk about. In the end, he took off his clothes and lay down on Manzi. Next to. After 2 days of driving, Chen Xining was quite tired. With a little bit of alcohol, she quickly closed her eyes. But not long after, the humming sound outside gradually became quieter. When Chen Xining was half asleep and half awake, he suddenly heard the rustling around him, and the branches were getting up again. Chen Xining woke up a little, turned her head and glanced, and asked, "Manzi, are you thirsty?" "No, I miss young Master Su." Zhu Manzi was dizzy, maybe he didn't know what he was talking about, so he crawled over Chen Xining, and wiped Chen Xining's face with his hanging clothes. "So big." Chen Xining's face turned red. She couldn't stand Daji's mocking, so she turned her head and whispered, "It's getting late, Mr. Su should go to bed." "I know." Zhu Manzi slowly put the skirt on her body, stood up and put on her embroidered shoes, not forgetting to cover Chen Xining with the quilt, and then walked out. Chen Xining wanted to dissuade him, but in the end it was difficult to speak up. After thinking about it, he let Manzi go. However, after such an interruption, Chen Xining remembered something. Dreaming about a man. Fighting or cuddling. Chen Xining thought about it secretly, closed her eyes and relaxed her body and mind, hoping to see if she could have a dream and verify Manzi's statement. On the other side, Zhu Manzi walked through the corridor with a bit of drunkenness and came to Su Buring's room. He opened the door and looked around. When he found that Su Buring was not there, he closed the door and walked out. Arriving at Kui Ziowen's room. Perhaps knowing what Su Buling was doing, Zhu Manzi walked directly into the back room without any intention of knocking on the door. There was still a bit of jealousy in his eyes. Between the curtains, Kui Ziowen leaned weakly on Su Buling's shoulder. She had just finished being bullied and was still not asleep. Her face was a little rosy. When she saw Manzi swaying over, she said with concern, "Manzi, why did you drink so much?" Su Buling also propped up his upper body and looked at Manzi with some confusion. Zhu Manzi drank some wine and became bolder obviously. He walked to the bed, looked at it for a few times, then lifted the quilt and lay down in it, and said aggrievedly, "Sister Ziowen, you've been hugging me for a month. Why don't you let me hug you too? My sister wants to let my sister." Kui Ziowen saw that Manzi was drunk, so she turned over Su Buling and lay on the inside, smiling. "Okay, I'll just give it to you. I'm not trying to grab it from you." You always say you're still young and hide by yourself. Su Buling also raised the corners of his mouth, hugged the soft man Z into his arms, and pinched his drunken red face. Yes, didn't you say you were still young? Why are you so proactive today? Zhu Manzu was wrapped around Su Buling, and his cheek was rubbed against his chest. You have to be courageous when you are a sister. Si Ning obviously has other thoughts about the young master, but she doesn't even dare to say anything. I know the young master before she does, so I have to set an example for her. I can't be coy again, otherwise I will become the youngest. Hee hee. Su Buring laughed twice, but he still hadn't finished what he had just said. At this time, Nephrite was in his arms, and he must have had some evil thoughts. He lay down on his back and let Manzi lie on his body, and asked, "How are you going to set an example?" Zhu Manzi talked a lot, but in fact he didn't understand anything about these things. He only heard a few words from Yu Fu in private. She drunkenly looked at the handsome face so close and thought for a moment. I will give you a massage." As he spoke, he began to move around and rub around. Manzi's body was so fleshy and soft that even Zioan couldn't help it. She raised her hand and pinched it twice. Although she didn't understand anything, this kind of rawness was a unique experience. Su Buling lay down like an uncle, enjoying Manzi's service. Unfortunately, Manzi drank too much, and after only a few touches, he lay motionless in his arms. Su Buletinling spread his hands and looked helpless, but did not wake up Manji. He just hugged Kui Zioan tightly and closed his eyes comfortably. But Su Buling hadn't fallen asleep yet when his ears suddenly twitched and he heard some strange noises. Woo. Why did this girl start again? Drunk again? Su Buling opened his eyes and looked around. He wasn't sleepy at first, and now he couldn't even sleep. The silver moon is like a hook. In an alley adjacent to the imperial city, Prince Zhongdu got off the carriage, retreated from his entourage, and entered a private house alone. The house was not big. In the courtyard, several men in foreign costumes were sitting next to the artillery to keep warm. They all had a bit of blood smell on their bodies. The weapons were leaning against the wall, shining coldly in the firelight and moonlight. A middle-aged man in a military robe was pacing back and forth in the yard, looking at the door from time to time, obviously waiting for someone. Zhongdu entered the house with a very ugly face. He seemed not to want to be seen by the foreigners. He stopped at the porch and waved. Wang Jin. Wang Jin, who was waiting in the courtyard, heard the sound and quickly came forward and raised his hand to salute. Zhongdu signaled his displeasure, glanced at the four foreigners in the yard, frowned and asked, "Have you found everyone? How are your skills?" As the saying goes, wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes. As the capital of the northern Qi dynasty, Guiyan City has a population of hundreds of thousands. It is impossible not to have Jianghu people, and there will definitely be no shortage of white paper fans like Chang and Fourth Master Chen to help connect people. Wang Jin was the person in Guiyan City who helped to contact the Jianghu business. He was very senior in the Jianghu industry, but he obviously couldn't stand up to the current prince. At this time, his posture was very respectful and he said seriously, "Don't worry, Your Highness, these four people are all the best in the tribes in Mobei. They have been walking around on the grassland all year round and have a prominent reputation. Although their martial arts skills are not as good as those of a generation like the national master, but with the combined efforts of the four of them, there will be no mistakes under the master." Zhongdu did not ask the identities of these foreigners. Just by looking at their clothes, he knew they were the leaders of horse bandits who were burning, killing and looting on the grassland. He said seriously, "Don't make any mistakes. I will tell you the place tomorrow. Just let them pass. Remember not to leave anyone alive. Don't let anyone see you, and don't involve me. Don't worry, Your Highness, People in the world of martial arts also have rules. This is how the young ones make a living. Wang Jin nodded seriously, but looked back twice and felt a little doubtful. When the prince wanted to kill someone, he could use the power of the court. Although Shi Jinhai died suddenly and inexplicably, there were still experts in the capital, so it was obviously wrong to invite people from the Jianghu to do it. If Zhang Kai hired a murderer to kill a political opponent in the court, and the emperor tracked him down afterwards, Wang Jin would definitely take the blame. The imperial court was as sinister as Jianghu and never spoke to reason. Perhaps he was afraid of getting into trouble. Wang Jin hesitated again and asked, "Your Highness, I dare you to ask the identity of the person you want to deal with? After all, I am a gangster. These foreigners can just get away with it, but I can't run away." Zhang Du raised his hand and thought for a moment. "An insignificant little person, who has some friendship with me, who sent someone to the imperial court, he will definitely be able to guess who did it." Wang Jin felt a little strange when he heard this. Everyone is dead, so what if you guessed it? Zhang Du's eyes were slightly cold. "Just do as I say. Remember to bring the head back. If any information is revealed, you are the only one asking." Wang Jin nodded quickly and turned around to make arrangements. But Zhang Du hesitated for a moment and then warned, "When you do it, don't make him suffer too much. It's best to kill him with one knife, bring the head back, and bury the body properly." Wang Jin was a little puzzled, but he didn't ask any more questions. After nodding respectfully, he quickly entered the courtyard. The prince is very fierce. Author, Guan Guan Gong Zi. Chapter 825. Before daybreak in the east, the noise on the street started. Mist was steaming in various shops, and the tempting aroma of freshly cooked food floated into the house through the gaps in the windows. Between the curtains, Zhu Manzi was lying on the bed, hugging Kui Zioan like an octopus. Maybe he smelled the fragrance, sniffed, and murmured vaguely, "So hungry, huh? Lao Chen, why have you become smaller?" Zhu Manzi squeezed the ball a few times with her hands, and then felt something pushing against her behind. She frowned. "Why did you put the knife under the quilt? Really?" While talking, Zhu Manzi put his little hand behind his back and tried to push the handle of the knife away, but Zhu Manzi retracted his hand like a snake and scorpion, opened his eyes suddenly, and met Kui Zioan's eyes. Kui Zioan's tea-green belly band was torn and half hung on her body, and she complained with some dissatisfaction. "Manzi, you should sleep more honestly in the future. You've been squeezing me all morning. Su Buling wants to touch me, but you still open his hand. If you continue like this, you will be kicked out of the house." Zhu Manzi blinked her big eyes, and finally felt that she was lying between two people, and the person behind her was. "Ah!" Zhu Manzi's face turned red visibly, and he rolled up from the bed. A chill came over his chest. He realized something was wrong, so he quickly lay back down, got behind Kui Zioan, and muttered incoherently, "Mr. Su, what did you do to me? How could you hug me over while I was sleeping and let Shi Ning see it? What should I do?" Su Buling had woken up early, and he wanted to laugh when he saw Manzi fussing around. He raised his hand and twisted his jade dumpling-like buttocks, and sat up. "Don't worry about your head. It's already dawn. What's the use of hiding now? Get up and eat." Zhu Manzi shivered and climbed behind Kui Zioan, not even daring to show his head. "I won't eat. Mr. Su, you go and eat first." Su Buling shook his head and chuckled, put on his robe, leaned over and took a sip on Kui Zioan's forehead. After going out to wash up, Su Buling went to the street and bought a few steamed buns, giving 2 portions to Manzi and Zioan. Then he went outside Chen Xining's room and knocked on the door. In the next room, Chen Xining had just gotten up. She was sitting on the edge of the bed, changing out the sheets that had been accidentally stained. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were slightly lost in thought as she thought about her dream. What did I dream about last night? It seems, we went to explore a cave together first, and tree vines suddenly grew out and tied me up. I asked Su Buling to save me, but Su Buling not only refused to save me, but even took off my skirt. What is this? Chen Xining looked strange and subconsciously tightened her clothes. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door, and the two little snakes coiled next to them raised their heads. Chen Xining came back to her senses and quickly stood up and opened the door. She looked up and saw Su Buling standing outside, still holding a bun in his hand. He didn't know if it was because of the dream he had last night, but his expression was a little reserved. Mr. Su, are you up so early? I was about to go down to buy food, but I'm troubling you. Su Buling listened to Chen Xining moaning for half the night and felt strange in his heart. However, it is always difficult to explain such things clearly. He smiled and said, Man Zi was drunk last night and was a bit noisy. Did Miss Chen sleep well? Chen Xining drank some wine last night and not only slept well, she almost forgot where she was. Facing Su Buling's inquiry, she nodded and said, I drank some wine last night and fell asleep when I lay down. It was pretty good. That's good. Su Buling walked directly into the room and wanted to put the buns on the table, but when he glanced around, he found that the bed was a bit messy. The sheets were rolled up and placed next to them. The clean sheets were just half spread, and there was a change of clothes on the stool. The light blue trousers underneath, and the belly band embroidered with two small snakes. Su Buling had often seen Aunt Lu change her sheets when she got up in the morning, and felt increasingly weird. Chen Xining had been thinking wildly and really didn't pay attention to this. She didn't realize it until Su Buletinling entered the room. With a startled woo, she quickly ran to the bed, covered up the mess, her face was red as blood, and she said awkwardly. Well, last night Ah Ching and Ah Bai were dishonest and soiled the sheets. I was about to change them, to make the young master laugh. Ah Ching and Ah Bai couldn't understand the human language, but they could roughly understand their master's meaning. They quickly bowed their heads obediently and pretended to admit their mistakes, so as not to be dealt with later. Su Buling naturally saw through this without saying anything and sat down at the table. Come and eat, there will be plenty of time to clean up later. Oh. After Chen Xining lowered the curtain to cover the somewhat messy bed, she walked to the table and sat down. Her face was embarrassed and she lowered her head to change the topic. Did Man Zi talk nonsense again yesterday? Last night, he pulled me and talked about big principles for half the night. Su Buling pushed a basket of steamed buns in front of Chen Xining and said with a smile. Yes, it is said that Miss Chen has some evil thoughts about me, so she came to my room to set an example for Miss Chen and ask you to take the initiative. Chen Xining froze while chewing the bun, pursed her lips, and glanced at Su Buling. Seeing that he was indeed joking, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said. Man's hygiene likes to talk nonsense. I treat the young master as a confidant in the world, how could I have any unreasonable thoughts? Well, the last time I asked the young master to coax me in Liangcheng, I was drunk. Young master, don't think too much, eat the buns, come on, it'll get cold later. After saying that, he started to gnaw on the buns, looking as if he was too hungry to talk. Su Buletinling secretly laughed in his heart, stopped teasing Chen Xining, and started eating breakfast on his own. The two little snakes also came over, wagging their tails, and looking at him eagerly like clingy puppies. Chen Xining was so confused that she didn't focus on eating at all. She just blocked her mouth to avoid talking to Su Buling. She couldn't swallow more than 1 or 2 mouthfuls and choked herself. Ahem. Su Buling knew this would happen, so he quickly picked up the water glass, sat in front of Chen Xining, raised his hand and brushed the soft hair on his back, and said softly. Eat slowly, a great half-step master choked to death. Such strange news will probably be circulated in the world for hundreds of years. Chen Xining's face was so red that it looked like she was about to bleed. She took a big sip from the water glass. She couldn't hold it anymore. She picked up the buns and ran to the terrace, saying awkwardly, "It's a little hot in the house, I'm eating outside." A little hot. Su Buling looked at the extremely cold weather in the first month of Sibei and nodded slightly. At noon, Su Buling changed into his clothes, said goodbye to the three girls, and went to the nearby inn where Zhang Kai was imprisoned. The little sparrow is not an ordinary vengeful person. It froze outside all night yesterday, and it is still standing on the tree branch outside the room, paying close attention to the disturbance in the room. From a distance, it looks like there are hairballs on the bare branches. Su Buling walked up to him, called the little sparrow down, gave it water and food, then let it go back to catch up on its sleep, and then came to the inn room. The room was very tidy, with no signs of damage. Zhang Kai failed to break free from the rope and was still tied to the bed, looking sideways at the two melon seeds on the stool and thinking hard. Su Buling untied Zhang Kai's hands and feet, and Zhang Kai turned over. His first words were, "Brother Su, tell me what you have to say." "I, Zhang Kai, am a straightforward person. I won't refuse what I can promise. It's useless for you to force me if I can't." "What do you mean by putting two melon seeds here? How do I know?" Su Buling threw the bamboo hat to Zhang Kai, put on an enigmatic look, and imitated the old master's tone. "You don't need to tell me if you can understand. If you don't understand, you don't have enough understanding. It's useless to tell you. From now on, it's good to just be an idle prince." Zhang Kai frowned and was really frightened by what he said but didn't say. He thought about it for a moment. "I actually have some insights, but I don't know if it's the same as what Brother Su thinks. Since Brother Su refuses to say it, that's it. When the truth comes out, you and I will know for ourselves." As he spoke, he picked up the two melon seeds and tightened them in his sleeves. Su Buletinling nodded slowly, made a teachable look in his eyes, and let Zhang Kai out. Last night, Zhang Kai had arranged for someone to go out to inquire about the situation. Su Buring came to a restaurant, ordered a few drinks and dishes, and sat at the table next door to wait quietly. Zhang Kai could only eat one meal a day, but he didn't want to suffer from hunger and cold again. He sat at the table and wolfed down his food until his stomach was almost full. The guards who went out to inquire about the news ran up from the stairs. The guard swept around the second floor, quickly came to Zhang Kai's side, bowed and said, "His Royal Highness, I have been conducting inquiries all night. The prince has been in the palace recently and usually does not come out. However, when I was inquiring, I found something unusual." Su Buletinling was behind him, and Zhang Kai didn't dare to hint that the guards would go back and report to save him. He just said calmly, "Explain." The guard looked around and said softly, "When the prince was out of the palace, he often went to Chunyua Hall, mostly for socializing. Sometimes he would go alone to sit there when nothing happened, but he never asked for girls. My low-level inquiries were fruitless, so I went to inquire around, and found out, when the prince was in Chunyua Hall, a nearby small shop called Lan Beizai would be booked. If I guessed correctly, His Highness should be having a private meeting with someone there." Private meeting. When Zhang Kai heard this, his eyes moved, as if he thought of something. He waved his hands and said, "I know, keep asking." "Promise." The guards respectfully left. Su Buling listened to everything. After the guards left, he stood up and sat next to Zhang Kai and asked, "Your Majesty, who are you having a private meeting with in Gulan?" Zhang Kai had a strange look in his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he said a little unspeakably, "My cousin has some special hobbies. I heard that, he's a good man." Su Buling was stunned for a moment. He was a little surprised to hear the news for no reason. Good masculinity is not uncommon in aristocratic circles. For example, the second son of the Guan family in Chang'an City has a high enough status that no one dares to look down on him. He is even rumored to be elegant. But it was obviously a bit inappropriate for the northern Qi crown prince to say so, because the Qi emperor had only one son, which was related to the inheritance of incense. It is against the law of heaven for a good man to be used as a stir-up or to be stirred up by others. He has not been allowed to be on the stage in ancient and modern times. Zhang Kai smiled. Because of this matter, Your Majesty has always been at odds with Zhangdu. I thought Zhangdu had changed his ways long ago, but I didn't expect that he was still doing this in private. Su Buling actually didn't have much prejudice against this kind of thing. He shook his head and said, "How can it be possible to change the problem of orientation? It can only be said that fate has a way with people." Zhang Kai blinked his eyes, and seeing that Su Buling didn't despise the good manly style at all, and even had a somewhat understanding attitude, he suddenly sat a little further away. Could it be that Prince Su is also, You're kidding. Su Buling let go of the iron mace wrapped in black cloth, stood up and walked down the restaurant. Zhang Kai shrugged, sighed, and followed behind obediently. Tanghulu. Dumplings. The sun was shining brightly in the first month of the lunar year, and the market was crowded with people. Xiao Dehua was walking alone in the streets and alleys, with a long cloth bag on her back, a smiley mask on her head, and a tanghulu in her hand, just like a girl who went out to visit relatives in the first month of the lunar year. In the market full of the flavor of the new year, she did not attract anyone's attention. Since she told the fortune of the strange swordsman yesterday, Xiao Dehua was afraid that this stubborn swordsman really believed her words and came back to cause trouble, so she had been following him secretly. Although she didn't know the swordsman and didn't even know his name, Xiao Dehua didn't want to harm someone because of her nonsense. People should be responsible for their words and deeds, this is what the master taught. But the young swordsman in front of him really had some problems with his brain. Xiao Dehua followed him for a day and saw the swordsman wandering around the street without any purpose. He would watch for a long time when he saw two dogs fighting. That would be fine. At night, he wanted to go to a brothel. He looked at the door of Chunyua Hall. Maybe he was short of money, so he went to a cheaper brothel nearby. He wandered for a long time and then left. It seems that he was too timid to go in. Xiao Dehua is not very old, but she has been through the martial arts world with her parents. She actually knows some things. She still looks down on this sneaky pervert. This is not as good as her senior brother. He went to the brothel openly, found a girl to drink a few glasses of wine to relieve his sorrow, and then left in a carefree manner. This is what a martial artist should be like. What's the point of having a lustful heart but no courage? However, Xiao Dehua did not leave. After all, the young swordsman did not do anything immoral. Everyone has a private side. You can't use the behavior obtained by tracking and peeping to judge a person's morality. She also likes to hug the quilt when she sleeps and fantasize about the appearance of the big brother. You can't use this to say that she is a fangirl, right? Just follow aimlessly from morning to noon. Although Xiao Dehua has only practiced martial arts for more than a year, she is very talented, so talented that the contemporary martial arts champion dare not teach her. Her master is a top master at the same level as Jia Gong. The starting line is much higher than that of ordinary martial artists. In fact, her martial arts are already very powerful. He was more than 100 steps away from the young swordsman in front of him, and he was not discovered. After making several big circles in Guiyan City, the young swordsman returned to the vicinity of Chunyua Hall and came directly to a brothel called Lan Beizai. Guiyan City has a large population. There are princes and nobles, and there are merchants and peddlers. There are brothels that spend money like water and are luxuriously decorated, and there are small brothels with low prices and remote locations. Lan Beizai has a nice name, but it is actually a small stall in a deep alley. Two heavily made-up prostitutes stand at the door to solicit customers. They probably don't know how to play the piano or dance, and they rely on sex trade. There were no customers in the alley at noon. Xiao Dehua turned the corner of the alley and stuck half of her head out to take a look, but saw the young swordsman go in familiarly. The two prostitutes seemed to know each other well. They didn't even say hello, but went straight into the brothel and closed the door. Xiao Dehua frowned, feeling something was wrong. She had some communication with the swordsman, and she saw that the swordsman was not a lustful person. Moreover, the swordsman was handsome and had extraordinary martial arts skills. Even if he was lustful, he didn't have to go to such a place to find rouge and powder. Xiao Dehua was a girl, so she definitely couldn't follow him into the brothel. After hesitating for a while, she climbed onto the roof of a building and stared at the surroundings of the brothel, wanting to wait until the swordsman was done and then continue to follow him. It was just that not long after the young swordsman entered, a little smoke rose in the courtyard of Lan Beizai, as if something was burning. Xiao Dehua looked up at the smoke column floating into the sky, a little puzzled, and muttered to herself. What kind of mess is this? In the backyard of the brothel, two prostitutes skillfully threw the wet straw into the brazier, then ran to a ventilated place to avoid the smoke and counted the silver they had just received. In the lobby of the front yard, Lu Wei sat alone at the wine table, with his sword on the table, drinking silently. In the far distance outside the window, you can see the towering palace wall of the imperial city, and behind the palace wall is the East Palace where the prince lives. The environment of the brothel is not good, and the light is relatively dim even in broad daylight. Except for the gurgling sound made when pouring wine, there is no sound at all. According to the previous habit, Zhang Du should be free to come out after dark. Of course it is also possible at noon. Lu Wei is not sure when he will come. The palace wall between the two of them isolated them in two different worlds. The only place where they could contact each other was this small brothel. But even if he came, most of the time he was asked to help do some things, such as killing people, taking things, and getting information. Lu Wei looked at the wine bowl, and his profile was reflected in the wine bowl, but he didn't recognize the person in the bowl. It felt that the person in the wine bowl was more like a dead warrior under someone else's hands. He practiced martial arts in his spare time and came here just to receive the next task, and then fought hard for this task, living without himself. When did this relationship start? Lu Wei had forgotten and had long been tired of it. He wanted to leave without saying goodbye and never see each other again, but after so many years, even if he wanted to leave, he should say goodbye, or change the current situation and go back to the days of drinking and talking happily. Lu Wei put down the wine bowl and looked at the reflection in the wine bowl. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he did have some luck in his heart, hoping that what the fortune teller said was true and that he could make his wish come true. Sitting and drinking alone, I don't know how long it had passed before footsteps sounded in the backyard. Lu Wei turned his head, but the person who came was not the person he wanted to see. After Su Buring tied Zhang Kai up again, he left the inn alone and came to the vicinity of Chunyue Hall. The street where Chunyuetang is located is the land of romance. There are hundreds of Gulan brothels in the surrounding area, many of which don't even have signboards. In order to conceal his whereabouts and avoid asking questions along the way, Su Buling walked around in the winding alley for a long time before finding the location Zhang Kai had inquired about in a remote alley. Lan Beizai is about half a street away from Chunyuetang. There is an alley behind it where you can go to and from. There are very few people living around it. It is indeed a good place for private meetings. Su Buring looked around and made sure Zhang Kai didn't set an ambush before he came to the closed door of Lan Beizai and raised his hand to knock. Dong dong. Soon, footsteps came from Lan Beizai, and the woman's slightly sleepy words came from far away. That man came here to find a woman at noon. The door will not be opened today. The door, young master, please come inside. The gorgeous lady opened the door and saw the young man in black outside, and was obviously stunned for a moment. Although the bamboo hat covers half of his face, just from his flawless figure and chin, you can tell that he is a handsome man who is rare in the world. The key is his clothing and temperament. You can tell at a glance that he is a rich man. Sister Yao's attitude changed instantly, and she quickly bent over and bowed, signaling to come inside. The Gulen building is not big, and it can be seen clearly at a glance. Except for a few kill ladies who are making a living, there are no customers. Su Buling did not go in, but said politely, "Girl, I want to ask you something." With a charming smile, Sister Yao said with hooked hands, "Sir, come in and talk, there's something fun to do." Su Buring looked helpless, took out a piece of silver from his sleeve and shook it. Sister Yao's eyes lit up, and she quickly took it over. "Oh, master, you are so generous. What do you want to ask? We can do anything here. As long as master is willing, we can do anything exciting." Su Buling waved his hand and looked at the check box a few times. "Does His Royal Highness the Crown Prince come here occasionally?" Sister Yao was stunned for a moment, then shook her head in amusement. "Sir, are you kidding me? What kind of person is the prince? Why would he come here? He should go to the Chunyua Hall in front." Seeing that Sister Yao didn't seem to be cheating, Su Buling thought for a moment and changed his words and asked, "Are there two men having a private meeting at your place? They should be dressed more luxuriously, and they will come every once in a while." When Sister Yao heard this, her face changed slightly. She shook her head and said, "No, young master is joking. Why would a man come here? You should go and find out elsewhere." As he said that, he wanted to close the door. Su Buling sighed, took out a stack of exchanged Northern Qi official tickets, patted them in his hands, turned around and walked out of the alley. "Okay, I'll go look elsewhere." "Hey, wait." Sister Yao's eyes widened. She ran out quickly, stopped Su Buling, and said with a charming smile, "Master, don't be anxious. I remembered it. Well, there are two young masters who often have private meetings here. I don't know their specific identities. Every time they come over, they ask us to stay in the back." Su Buling nodded. "When was the last time you came here?" "Well." Sister Yao hesitated a little, looked at the banknote in Su Buling's hand, gritted her teeth and said, "Just half an hour ago." "Just." Su Buling frowned slightly and looked at the sky. "Coming over at noon." Sister Yao nodded quickly. "Those two young men will come here every half-month. A young man with a knife comes first and burns some thatch in the yard, and then a young man dressed very noble comes over. Today it was the same as before, but not long after the young man with the knife waited, a boy came outside with a message asking him to go to Yingjun Pavilion by Yangshu Lake. The young man with the knife left, and now it's probably over there at Yangshu Lake. Yingjun Pavilion." Su Buling was a little surprised when he learned the exact location of Prince Daki. He nodded lightly and threw the banknote to Sister Yao, turned around and walked out. "Hurry up and pack your things. Your lax words have leaked the news. If something goes wrong, you won't survive more than 3 days. It's still too late to leave now." "Ah." Sister Yao, who was counting the banknotes, had a stiff expression on her face. When she raised her head, the alley was empty, with not a single person in sight. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. The Prince is Very Fierce. Author, Guan Guan Gong Zi. Chapter 826. The world of Mobei is always a bit empty and desolate. The ice outside Guiyan City is thousands of miles away. The short sunshine can hardly melt the ice and snow. The lonely boat is frozen on the ice of Yangshu Lake. A stone pavilion stands outside the woods by the lake. Lu Wei, wearing a bamboo hat, slowly walked through the woods where the branches and leaves had already fallen. The sun shone on the ice. The scenery was magnificent, but Lu Wei had no intention of watching it. His slightly feminine eyes were a little absent-minded. His shoes stepped on the dead leaves and snow, making a rustling sound. Yangshu Lake is not far from Guiyan City. People would go outing here in spring, but no one came to this icy and snowy place in the cold winter. It was only 2 miles out of Guiyan City, and it seemed like he had come to another world. After turning around the not-so-dense woods, Lu Wei stopped and looked up at the stone pavilion. The stone pavilion was empty, and there was no figure. Having been in Mobei for many years, Lu Wei was no rookie. He quickly regained his senses, put his hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist, and looked at the woods and ice surface without any trace of people. "Come out." No one responded, as if he had found the wrong place, or that person had not come yet. But as long as you have been in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, you will not ignore any abnormal signs. When something goes wrong, it is always right to run away. Lu Wei did not hesitate or look back, and rushed to the frozen lake surface, because in this extremely cold weather, the only place where no one could ambush was under the ice. But the turtle was caught in the jar, and he had already walked into the trap. No matter how fast he reacted, he could not escape. Lu Wei was still 10 feet away from the lake, and a short and strong man rolled out from behind the stone pavilion, holding 2 sabers and blocking the way. At almost the same time, 3 people walked out of the woods on the left, right, and back, one holding a double hammer, one holding a shovel, and another holding a short-handled iron claw, which is relatively rare. All 4 of them wore animal skin coats and had tattoos on their faces. The foreign man who used a shovel was as burly as a giant bear, with 2 silver rings hanging on his ears. He carried the shovel on his shoulder with a rebellious attitude, looking up and down at Lu Wei. Lu Wei's eyes were cold, his hand tightly grasped the hilt of the shovel. After scanning around, his eyes were fixed on the shovel man in the lead. "Be a man. When walking in the rivers and lakes, you are mixed with name. The higher the martial arts, the greater the fame is inevitable. It is impossible for a capable person to remain unknown. This is true in the Central Plains and the Mobei. Mobei is vast and sparsely populated. There are countless horse bandits, but most of them are just vagrants who make a living by robbing caravans. Very few of them can become famous. The 4 fierce bandits headed by Ba Men have long gone beyond the scope of horse bandits and are known as the Black Vultures on the grassland. The 4 Ba Men brothers are biological brothers. They were the leaders of a small tribe in Sibei. Later, the tribe was wiped out by Northern Qi. The 4 of them joined forces to fight in Mobei. They were ruthless and never left anyone alive, and gradually made a great reputation. Wang Jin said that there is no problem below the master, which is by no means false, because the 4 Ba Men brothers once ran into Yan Huilin who was traveling on the grassland. After a fight, both sides retreated. According to Ba Men, Yan Huilin ran away first because he cherished his life. Whether it is true or not, this record is well documented, and the combat power comparable to the master is undeniable. Lu Wei is very skilled in martial arts. If Chen Xining hadn't attacked him, he could have fought back and forth. He was already a child of destiny for being able to reach this level before the age of 20. But the word Grandmaster is a natural barrier for martial artists. The difference of one word makes a world of difference. Even the strongest half-step Grandmaster Chen Xining, fighting the weakest Grandmaster Tang Xiao, has to use poisonous snakes and risk his life to have a chance of winning. The key point of Grandmaster is not all about martial arts, but experience, and understanding. Lu Wei is less than 20 years old. Even if he wants to fight every day, there are not so many opponents of the same level to feed him moves. The accumulated experience cannot be compared with Ba Meng and others who are on the edge of a knife. This is a must-kill situation. Buman, who was carrying a broadsword, didn't recognize Lu Wei at all, and spat on the ground. You have some good eyesight. I'll give you a chance to commit suicide, so that we brothers don't have to do it. Although Buman was a foreigner, he spoke the elegant language that everyone in the world knew. After all, if you want to work for those nobles, you can't get anywhere without speaking the Central Plains language. After Lu Wei looked around, he asked, "Did the Lu family ask you to come?" Lu Wei knew how high the worth of Buman and others was. Apart from his father, the royal merchant who was rich enough to rival a country, who else could afford to hire them? Maybe, but Lu Wei didn't want to think about it, because it was too hurtful, enough to make people heartbroken. Ba Meng put his broadsword on the ground, looking a little impatient. "I don't know who wants to kill you, nor do I know who you are. I only know that your head is worth 10,000 taels of silver. Since you have heard of our reputation, why not just do it?" Lu Wei rubbed the handle of the knife with his fingers and thought for a while. "I will give you 30,000 taels. I am the legitimate son of the Tianshan Lu family. You know I can afford it." Ba Meng shook his head. "You Jianghu people in the Central Plains always talk about rules. You should understand that people who break the rules can't take a single step in this Jianghu. I am a foreigner, but now I have to eat in this world, and I have to follow the local customs." Lu Wei was silent for a moment, his face gradually calmed down, and after looking at the four people. "After I die, help me tell that person a message. Tell him that I have thought it through. There is nothing wrong with being born in the Jianghu and dying in the Jianghu. Okay." After the voice fell, there was no more words. The wind swept across the ice and the dead forest, and the atmosphere outside the stone pavilion instantly dropped to freezing point. Buman strode forward with his knife in hand, and the ground seemed to tremble with his footsteps. He shouted and rushed forward at full speed when he was still 20 steps away. At the same time, the other three rushed forward at the same time. The brothers had cooperated for many years, and they blocked all the retreat routes in an instant without shouting. Lu Wei raised his hand and threw his bamboo hat, shooting at the man with two knives behind him. The blade on his waist was already unsheathed, and he came to Buman in the blink of an eye. Buman was by no means an ordinary person, at least for Lu Wei. Seeing Lu Wei rushing towards him, he quickly dodged to the side, blocked the blade with his puteo, and swept Lu Wei back with all his strength. The man with two claws on the side had already reached Lu Wei's side, and raised his claws to hit Lu Wei. Lu Wei raised his knife to block, but the blade was stuck by his claws, and the man with two hammers on the other side, his arms were like drums, and the two hammers hit Lu Wei's waist and abdomen. Puff! Lu Wei was hit hard, blood spurted out of his mouth, and the whole person flew backwards. The saber man behind him had already prepared, and the two swords crossed like a pair of scissors to harvest heads, directly slashing at Lu Wei's neck. The victory and defeat were decided at the touch, clean and neat, with almost no suspense. Lu Wei's figure rose up, with a little unwillingness in his eyes, but more of helplessness. The cold air behind him was pressing. In this situation, he could only use the last remaining strength to look at Guiyan City in the distance. His eyes were extremely complicated. Bold! At this critical moment, a sharp shout came from a distance, and before the crisp shout, a half-broken iron spear with cold light arrived. Dang! The iron and metal collided, and the saber of the double-sword man was knocked off a little. Lu Wei suddenly came back to his senses, and the saber rubbed his back, leaving a bloody wound. The knife in his hand also stabbed back behind him without any delay, sweeping a line of blood on the chest of the saber man. Snap! Blood splashed on the frozen soil. Buman's face changed instantly, and he looked out of the corner of his eye, and saw a girl in a small jacket, holding a half-broken iron spear in her hand, rushing out of the woods. As fast as thunder and as fast as flying. Although it can be seen from the pace and posture that the girl's martial arts are not proficient, the strong explosive power and speed still make Baman frightened. If this girl is given a few more years, Baman has no doubt that this woman can become the only female martial arts champion in the contemporary era. However, no matter how good the foundation is, it will take a few years. Ba Meng's eyes were full of rage, and he rushed towards Xiao Dehua with a knife. "How dare you hurt my brother?" Xiao Dehua ran with big strides, moving like a rabbit, and didn't confront Ba Meng head-on. He went around from the side and stabbed the injured and retreating saber man with a gun. Lu Wei recognized who the person was, and his eyes showed a bit of surprise. Perhaps he didn't want to implicate innocent people. He caught the half of the gun body that was knocked away and threw it to Xiao Dehua, saying in a hurry, "It has nothing to do with you, go. I calculated your fate, and it said it would be smooth sailing. Open it for me." Xiao Dehua caught the half of the iron gun in mid-air, and inserted it together, and the heavy iron gun smashed down at the saber man. The saber man's chest was splashed with blood, which also aroused his ferocity. He shouted angrily and raised his knife to block, but he obviously underestimated the power of this shot. The inner family style emphasizes the use of a small force to move a large force. It may not require too much brute force, but if you are born with a good foundation and amazing strength, as long as you can control it, the inner family style will only achieve twice the result with half the effort. Xiao Dehua held the iron spear and smashed it with all her strength. The man with the saber, who was much taller than her, was shocked and groaned, fell backwards and hit the ground, and slid towards the lake. Ba Meng did not stand idly by. At this time, he also came in front of the two of them, and chopped down with a pu dao in the air, directly hitting Xiao Dehua's back. Xiao Dehua shot down with a spear, and then stabbed Ba Meng with the butt of the spear. It hit Ba Meng's chest at a very fast speed, but it made a sound of hitting an iron plate. Lu Wei had already seen that Ba Meng had something under his thin coat, and knew that Xiao Dehua was inexperienced, so he raised his long sword to rescue her and said urgently, "Go." But in this situation, it is not so easy to leave. Even with help, two young men with good martial arts skills would find it difficult to match the four bandits who have been in Mobei for many years. Baman blocked the blade of Lu Wei's rescue, and the man with two claws took the opportunity to smash the iron claws on Lu Wei's shoulder, pulling with all his strength, and dragged Lu Wei back. The sharp iron claws hooked through Lu Wei's shoulder. Lu Wei gritted his teeth without making any sound, and chopped the wrist of the man with a knife. As for Xiao Dehua, the gun did not work. The distance was too close and the long spear could not be swung. The two hammers were already in front of her, and she could only raise the iron spear to block the hammer handle. The warrior who dared to use the hammer must be outstanding in brute force. Xiao Dehua was hit by a hammer and retreated several steps. He swept away the two people with a gun, turned around and rushed to the lake. Lu Wei used a knife to avoid the man behind him, and he had no chance to pull out the iron claws on his shoulders. He followed Xiao Dehua and tried to break through the ice. But the ice was not empty. The man holding two sabers slid more than 10 steps on the smooth ice, turned over and rushed again, blocking the two people's way. Ba Meng shouted angrily, strode to the shore, jumped high, and chopped down with both hands holding the saber with the momentum of splitting the mountain. The other two surrounded him from the side. The blade came to the back in an instant, and Xiao Dehua had to turn around and hold the machete with the gun. Ding! Huge force came from the arms, and several cracks appeared on the ice under Xiao Dehua's feet. Lu Wei chopped at Ba Meng with a knife, wanting to help Xiao Dehua, but at this time, it was a problem to protect himself. The man with the iron claw attacked again, hitting Lu Wei's arm, and the man with two sabers continued to chop at Lu Wei's neck. Seeing this, Lu Wei could only put away his knife to block, and the man with the iron hammer, at the moment of his knife falling, also dropped his hammer on Xiao Dehua's waist. Xiao Dehua's face instantly turned red, and she was hit and flew backwards and fell on the ice. Before she could bounce up, Ba Meng chopped her down with all his strength. The broadsword chopped on the iron spear engraved with a small peach blossom, and the ice surface, which was already full of cracks, instantly exploded, and the piercing cold lake water splashed from the gap. Xiao Dehua fell into the lake, but still did not forget to raise her spear to stab. However, Ba Meng was experienced in the martial arts world, and he had already taken all these into account. He stood at the edge of the ice cave with a broadsword, and did not follow him into the water. He just chopped the iron spear with a knife, forcing Xiao Dehua to be unable to get out of the water. The man with the iron hammer took a break at this time, turned around and rushed to Lu Wei, who was covered in blood. Lu Wei was already seriously injured, and there was almost no suspense that he would be killed by the three people. But God seemed to think that he should not sink to the bottom of the lake today. Seeing the three people attacking, Lu Wei was already desperate. He wanted to hold Ba Meng back fearlessly and give Xiao Dehua a chance to escape. But before he could force his way out of the encirclement, a huge tree flew over from the lake shore. Swish! The huge tree made a terrifying sound. The three people felt the strong wind coming from behind and hurriedly jumped to the side to avoid it. The reinforcements came one after another. Ba Meng's face was furious. He cursed his employer for not making careful arrangements. He turned around with a knife and wanted to deal with the reinforcements. But this time, Ba Meng did not see anyone on the shore. When he was wondering, the brother next to him shouted angrily, "Be careful!" Ba Meng felt cold in his heart. He raised his Pu Dao horizontally without looking up and tried to block it. Unfortunately, this time it was obviously a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Die! Su Buling fell from a high altitude and raised his hand to hit the Pu Dao with an iron mace. The Pu Dao broke into two pieces without any hindrance. Buman only saw a pair of boots falling in front of him, and his whole head exploded like a rotten watermelon, the ice under his feet cracked, and he was smashed into the bottom of the lake. Su Buling did not stop for a moment after landing. At the moment when the ice cracked, his body bounced up again and came to the place where the three people surrounded him. He raised his iron mace and hit it 3 times. Bang bang bang. Blood splattered on the ice, and 3 heads exploded almost at the same time, leaving only 3 headless corpses standing in the same place. Yangshu Lake, which was still full of swords and swords just now, became quiet in an instant. Until this time, the flying crossbar had not yet landed. Su Buling did not even turn his head. He put the iron mace behind his waist with his right hand, grabbed the back collar of Lu Wei with his left hand, and threw it back, and threw it to the shore of the lake. On the other side, Xiao Dehua had never experienced killing. Although she was calmer in the more critical situation with the blessing of her extraordinary talent, the gap in strength still made her a little anxious. After being hit by the Pudao and sinking to the bottom of the water and unable to get out of the water, Xiao Dehua tried her best to think of a countermeasure, but when she looked out again, she saw that the 4 vicious men who had just stood on the ice were only 3 corpses that had not fallen, and the big brother in black in front of her. Xiao Dehua paused with the iron spear she had thrust out, and before she had time to analyze the situation, she was pulled out of the water with the spear and fell directly into the arms of the person who came. Then there was a slap sound, and her butt was slapped. "You girl! You dare to come out and fight with your little ability? Did that bastard Zhou Qingkao teach you?" Her butt was hit so hard that it hurt more than her mother's chicken feather blanket, but Xiao Dehua didn't feel it. After all, when a warrior is on the verge of life and death, he will temporarily forget the pain. When she reacted, Xiao Dehua had been carried to the lakeside, and the first thing she felt was the excruciating pain in her waist and abdomen. "Big brother!" Xiao Dehua was hit by 2 hammers and suffered internal injuries. As soon as she said this, blood was on the corners of her mouth. After looking at the familiar big brother in front of her, her tense heartstrings loosened and her eyes fell into darkness. Xiao Dehua. Su Buling put Xiao Dehua on the snow by the lake, put his hand on her neck to check her pulse, and quickly took out the healing pill he carried with him and stuffed it into Xiao Dehua's mouth. Xiao Dehua was injured and soaked in the icy lake water. Her face turned blue and her teeth clenched tightly. She couldn't swallow it at all. Su Buling gritted his teeth, took a look, took off the water bag on Lu Wuye's waist, put the pill in his mouth and chewed it, and then fed it into Xiao Dehua's mouth with water. The 4 lips touched, Xiao Dehua's eyelashes trembled in a coma, her throat moved slightly, and then there was no movement again, but as the pill went down her stomach, her breath quickly stabilized. Half a step to the side of the 2, Lu Wuye still had 2 iron claws stuck in his body, and his body was covered with blood. He tilted his head to watch Su Buling's serious rescue, and slightly spread his hands, not knowing what he meant. Su Buling saw that Xiao Dehua's breath was slightly stable, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and threw the pill to Lu Wuye. "You don't need me to feed you." Lu Wuye forced himself to sit up, looked at the wounds, and said hoarsely, "Thank you, I'll do it myself." Su Buling glanced and saw that Lu Wuye would not die in a short time, and one person could rescue him, so he did not intervene, and ran quickly into the woods with Xiao Dehua in his arms. It was the cold winter of the first month of the year, and the temperature in Sibei was very low. When the clothes were wet and blown by the wind, they quickly began to freeze even if the sun was out. Xiao Dehua's face was blue and purple, and her body was trembling slightly. It was obvious that she would be in trouble if she froze in the ice and snow. Su Buling came to a secluded place in the woods, took off his thick outer robe and put it on the ground, then raised his hand to unbutton Xiao Dehua's small coat. It was just the new year, and little Dehua was wearing new clothes. Not only were they thick, but the buttons were also a little cumbersome. After quickly untying them, the little Yuan Yang belly band underneath was revealed. Judging from her needlework skills, her mother probably sewed them. Su Buling took off his little coat, and unbuttoned his belly band and trousers. Most of the people who practiced martial arts were well proportioned, and the same was true for little Peach Blossom. Her snow-like skin appeared in the ice and snow. She was very childish, but she also had a little bit of what a woman should have. From the smell, you can clearly see 2 bruises on the belly, just like 2 ink stains on the mutton fat white jade. Although there are no wounds, it is shocking. Well. Su Buling frowned and didn't care to appreciate it. He wiped the inside and outside of Xiao Dehua's body with his sleeves. He could clearly feel the hotness of his skin. But when he rubbed it between his legs, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Little Dehua was already in good health and her breath quickly calmed down after taking the elixir. After being carried close to the dense forest, she gradually woke up from the cold. At this time, her eyes were open, staring blankly at the handsome man holding her in his arms, and the big hand placed somewhere on her, his fingers moving slightly, as if they were blocking him but not daring to do so. Sensing Su Buletinling's eyes looking over her, Xiao Dehua hurriedly closed her eyes, motionless, as if she hadn't woken up just now. Su Buling opened his mouth and thought for a long time, but still didn't say anything. After silently wiping it clean, he wrapped the little Peach Blossom in a thick robe, held it in his arms to keep warm, and at the same time tidied up his hair that had been soaked in water. The bruises on Xiao Dehua's face gradually faded away. I don't know if it was due to internal injuries and the surging blood. Her face became redder and redder. Finally, she let out a woo and slowly opened her eyes. She looked around blankly and said weakly, "Brother, why are you here? Where is that stupid swordsman? I don't know if he's dead or not, I'll go take a look." Su Buling was also afraid that Lu Wuye would die, so he put down his half-rubbed hair, picked up the little black caterpillar-like peach blossom, and walked towards the lakeshore again. The prince is very fierce. Author, Guan Zi. Chapter 827. The Crown Prince is very fierce, Hidden Dragon Scale Shadow, Chapter 41. Manzi's position in precarious. 3 headless corpses lay on the ice, blood flowing across them, and soon formed ice crystals, merging with the ice on the lake. Su Buring held the little peach blossom and came to the stone pavilion. He lowered his head and took a look at Lu Wei sitting on the steps of the stone pavilion. He pulled out the iron claws on his shoulders, bit the cloth with his mouth to strangle the wound to stop the bleeding. His expression changed. Pale, looking dazed. With the events connected before and after, Su Buletin could guess who the rich daughter Lu Wei was talking about was. It has nothing to do with men and women or personal likes and dislikes. At least Lu Wei's word love is true. The situation he is in now can only be said to be a fate. Little Dehua was hugged by the princess and lay on Su Buling's arm. The black robe was wrapped so airtight that she couldn't even move her hands. After experiencing so many ups and downs in a short period of time, it was the first time in her life that the young Dehua was obviously a little nervous. I can't figure out why Lu Wei was ambushed. I can't figure out why my elder brother who is far away in Chang'an City appears next to me like a magic weapon descending from the sky. I can't figure out why I am lying naked in my elder brother's arms as soon as I open my eyes. Turbulent thoughts flooded into the little head, and the little Dehua didn't know what to think. In order to relieve the embarrassment of being held by her big brother, although her chest and abdomen still hurt, she still managed to look like nothing was wrong and turned her head to look. To Lu Wei. Look, I said everything will be smooth sailing no matter where you go. The divination has come true. If you have bad luck in the future, you can't blame me for my miscalculation. Lu Wei's heart was equally complicated, not much better than that of Xiao Dehua. He wanted to be as chic as a Jianghu traveler should be, but the sadness from the bottom of his heart made it difficult for him to get angry. Lu Wei's eyes were bloodshot. He tried to look calm, raised his head and asked. Miss Zhou, Brother Su, why are you here? Little Dehua turned her head and looked up at her chin. Yes, big brother, why are you here? You're not. In fact, Xiao Dehua had guessed about Su Buling's identity a long time ago. After all, that big brother was so handsome that there was no other one in the world. Last time in Liangcheng, when the master called her over and said those words, it was equivalent to revealing the identity of the eldest brother. However, the matter at Mazao Ridge is over, and Master and Su Buling are both safe and sound. They should leave. Why are they here? Facing Xiao Dehua's questioning gaze, Su Buling shook his head. I came here to do some errands, and we happened to meet him. He turned his head and looked at Lu Wei, who was covered in blood. What's the matter with you? Who are these assassins? Lu Wei was silent for a moment, turned his head to look at the corpses on the ice, shook his head and said. I don't know, maybe it's the killer hired by my father. Su Buling frowned. Your father, Lu Shanpuo, is at best a wealthy businessman. Zhangdu has just been crowned the crown prince. He has a bruise on his head. At this time, he deceived you from the secret meeting place and killed him? Is it possible that he is tired of life? You want to wait until Emperor Qi dies and the prince ascends the throne to settle the accounts and confiscate the Lu family and exterminate them? Lu Wei's face stiffened when he heard this, and he understood that Su Buling knew everything. He lowered his head slightly and pondered for a long time, with a little loneliness in his eyes. Su Buling sighed secretly, turned around and walked outside the stone pavilion. It's raining heavily, and it won't moisten the grass without roots. The Tao and the Dharma are broad, and they can only help those who are destined. If you don't think it through yourself, I won't say more, so you can do it yourself. Lu Wei laughed slightly at himself. I have thought it through a long time ago, and I just gave up. Thank you Brother Su for saving your life. Are you going to find that piece of agar wood when you come to Giyan City? Su Buletinling paused and turned around. Do you have any idea? Lu Wei looked at Giyan City in the distance. A few years ago, when I just returned to the capital, I once secretly sneaked into the imperial city. In a few days, I will take you in, but I have only been to the East Palace. The agar wood should be in the imperial study. Whether you can get it depends on your ability. Su Buletinling nodded, agreed on the location of the joint, broke the ice, sank the three bodies into the water, and left Yangshu Lake with Xiao Dehua in his arms. Lu Wei sat alone by the stone pavilion, looking at the frozen Sibei for thousands of miles. His eyes gradually changed from complicated to dull. I don't know if he was heartbroken or had given up completely. Lu Wei let out a long sigh of relief, bringing out a burst of white mist in the cold weather. Then he stood up on his knees, stuck the sword he had carried with him for many years on his waist, and staggered towards the depths of the woods. Leave now and never look back. The snowfield stretches as far as the eye can see. Under the warm winter sun, small black dots move quickly among the countryside, heading towards the majestic city in the distance. Little Dehua was wrapped in a black robe and couldn't move. The pain on her body made her face a little pale, but her mind was not on the pain at all, and she didn't know where to put her eyes. In fact, she is not young anymore, and it is reasonable to say that she can get married, but neither she nor Su Buling can escape from the impression of their first meeting in Chang'an City. They feel that they are still the little braided kid who secretly eats candied haws. Girl. Seeing that Su Buling was so close and silent, Xiao Dehua hesitated for a moment and then said weakly. Brother, are you going to grab something from the palace? Su Buling paid attention to the surrounding movements to avoid being discovered, and responded with a smile when he heard the sound. Yes, my family is sick and I need that piece of agar wood paperweight to recuperate. Little Dehua said nonchalantly and explained, I didn't intentionally lie to my elder brother before, but I became a disciple of the imperial master of northern Qi. I know. Oh, my master is the national master of northern Qi. He is very skilled in martial arts and is also responsible for protecting the emperor. I am his apprentice, so I naturally have this responsibility. The eldest brother is going to the palace to rob things. As a disciple, I am in love. You Li should tell the master, otherwise he will deceive the master and destroy the ancestors. Xiao Dehua said it more entangled, in a dilemma, not knowing how to deal with the current situation. Fortunately, Su Buling was reasonable and said with a smile, you don't have to think about this. I will follow you back to Dayo from now on. Zhou Qingkaiu, that old man, can't even protect his disciples' safety. He is not qualified to teach you. Little Dehua was stunned for a moment. After she came to her senses, she quickly shook her head. Master is a good person and has been kind to me. I was naughty and sneaked out to follow the swordsman. I was reckless. Su Buling shook his head. How old are you? It's the guardian's responsibility if a child makes mistakes. I only look at the results and not the process. If it weren't for me today, you would have to go to the lake to feed the fish. Little Dehua pursed her lips. Actually, no, I am very good at water and can swim from the bottom of the lake. Stop talking and take care of your breath. You must stay with me to recuperate during this period of time. You can't go there, so you don't have to think about whether to tell your master. Little Peach Blossom curled her lips slightly, revealing her two dimples. Then it's best this way. After the eldest brother leaves, I will explain to the master that there is no chance to confess to the master, and neither party will be offended. Even my mother will definitely be worried about me. Su Buling lowered his head and glanced at Xiao Dehua, hesitated, and sighed softly. Xiao Dehua, back in Chang'an City, your father and I bumped into each other in Renai Hall, and we had a fight. I was poisoned and injured a little, and your father also broke through and ran out, but was caught up by the wolf guards. This it seems that the matter has something to do with me, but what I did was not against my will, and I cannot apologize or feel guilty for it. I just want to tell you the whole story, hoping that you can distinguish right from wrong. When Xiao Dehua heard this, her face became a little sad, she lowered her head and remained silent for a while. Dad is in the business of licking blood with a knife. He gains wealth through danger. To outsiders, he is a bad person, but to me, he is Dad. He is very good to me. The old uncle in Qingxi Alley once said to me, traveling around the world, it is common for wives and children to be separated, and dying on the street is a good death. There are few people who can truly die. My father also left a message before he died, telling me not to think about revenge for him, there is no revenge to take, and to live a good life in the future. I go out to run around like him, but how could I not have any ideas in my heart? Xiao Dehua raised her eyes and looked at Su Buring's chin. However, every injustice has its own owner and its debtor has its owner. I can't blame my elder brother for this. My father went wrong in collecting money and doing things, so I can't take the blame for being punished. People. Big brother saved my life today, let's settle it. Su Buletinling sighed secretly and nodded lightly. Little Dehua hesitated for a moment, then asked, does elder brother know the whereabouts of Uncle Wu? Which Uncle Wu? Wu Yu, the wild Taoist, is the one who works with my father. Su Buling frowned, and after carefully recalling the people he had killed, he shook his head and said. We just met once at Renai Hall, and we haven't seen him since. Oh. Little Dehua pursed her lips, not wanting to talk about these unpleasant things in depth, so she didn't speak any more, closed her eyes and began to regulate her breath seriously. The days are short in winter, and just after noon, the setting sun has already hung above the city gate tower. Kui Ziowen's body was still weak and it was not good to stay in the house for a long time. She moved the small soft couch to the terrace of the inn, wrapped herself in a fox fur and leaned on it, holding a telescope and looking at the beautiful scenery of the city. There are cushions next to the lounge chair, with small tables and chessboards on them, as well as some snacks. Zhu Manzi sat sideways next to the small case, holding his chin with one hand, immersed in thinking about the dangerous situation on the chessboard. The little white snake acted as the chess boy, holding the white piece in his mouth and trying to put it into Zhu Manzi's hand, but seeing that Manzi hesitated. Ken Luzi, swaying slightly anxiously. Opposite the small case, Chen Shining sat cross-legged upright, with the machete on the side of her legs and her eyes on the chessboard, but her eyes were a little absent-minded. She had been thinking about the meaning of the dream last night, trying to analyze the scene in the dream. It's not clear whether he and Su Buling are loyal to each other, or they have secret feelings. The little green snake served as Chen Xining's chess boy and had a greedy temperament. Seeing that Chen Xining was not paying attention, he secretly put his head into the fruit plate and took a small piece of dried meat in his mouth. When he was about to swallow it, the full branch on the opposite side fell down with murderous intent. Son. Ah Ching was anxious and quickly raised his head and placed the chess piece in Chen Xining's hand. Chen Xining didn't pay attention at all and put the dried meat on the chessboard. After noticing something was wrong, she raised her hand and patted Ah Ching on the head. While Kui Ziowen was looking at the scenery, she was also paying attention to the situation on the chessboard. Sensing that Chen Xining was absent-minded, she turned around and asked. Xining, what are you thinking about? After Chen Xining had been in contact with Kui Ziowen for a long time, she gradually realized that this ant was not an idiot, but had a very clear mind, and her perspective on people and things was different from ordinary people. In front of Kui Ziowen, she could not hide her inner thoughts at all. Hearing Kui Ziowen's question, Chen Xining sat up straighter, raised her hair around her ears, and smiled slightly. I didn't think about anything. I just didn't sleep well last night and had some messy dreams. Zhu Manzi was worried about how to escape from the inevitable chess game. At this time, he naturally became interested. He threw the little white snake into the chess basket, leaned closer and asked, "What dream?" "Let me tell you. When I was traveling in Chang'an City, I learned some methods of interpreting dreams. I can't say for sure, but I can get it right occasionally." Chen Xining saw that Manzi had completely forgotten the philosophy of life he talked about last night. His eyes looked helpless, and he thought for a while. "I just dreamed that I went into the rivers and lakes with Mr. Su, and arrived in a cave, and then both of us were tied up by vines, unable to move, and extremely dangerous, which scared me awake. I don't think this is a good sign. So I'm a little worried." When Zhu Manzi heard this, he frowned slightly. "Why did you dream about being in danger with Mr. Su?" "According to my experience, friends only dream about fighting and killing each other. You should dream about being in a cave with Mr. Su, doing some shameful things." The three of them were all women, and they were relatively familiar with each other. Manzi didn't shy away from joking. Chen Xining's expression changed slightly and she said angrily, "Manzi, what are you talking about?" He, just kidding." Kui Zioan saw that Chen Xining was hiding something in her words. She smiled and said, "Every day you think about something, and you dream about it at night. No matter what you encounter in your dream, it means that you are thinking about Su Buletin. If you were not thinking about him, you would not dream about him at night, let alone think about that person like you do now." The meaning of dreams. You are just in love and confused. The words are straightforward and point to the point, like a revelation. Chen Xining's body froze slightly, and after thinking about it for a moment, she realized that this seemed to be the case. Ever since Yulong Ridge, she had been thinking about Su Buletin and basically nothing else. But she came here for Chen's safety, and she didn't come after her because she was greedy for Su Buling's beauty. Strictly speaking, there was no personal relationship involved. Seeing Chen Xining's eyes turning darkly, Zhu Manzi shook his head and said seriously, "Xiao Chen, sister, I have been here before. I have seen many girls who are colder and more difficult to seduce than you. For example, Sister Xiao Wan, even the emperor didn't pretend to be polite. When I met Mr. Su, I didn't come here obediently and give him for free." Kui Zioan's face was not red, her heart was not beating, and she nodded seriously. "Yes, I walked more than 2,000 miles and almost tortured Lao Jia to death." Zhu Manzi had already adapted to Zioan's speaking style, and continued without laughing. "There is no woman who doesn't like a man as good as Mr. Su. Even if you don't like him now, when you are separated from Mr. Su, will you still be able to like other men? Even if it's a young man like Mei Kushan from the previous generation, who is certain to be a martial artist in the future. Kui, when you see it, you probably think, is this what you call a man? Don't believe it, people are like this, and they can't tolerate bad things." The words are crude but not crude. These words are very convincing. Chen Xining asked herself after hearing this, if she and Su Buling forget each other in the world and choose a husband to marry, I am afraid that she will never be able to escape the shadow of Su Buling for the rest of her life. After all, she has to find a man who is as good as Su Buling among contemporary men. It's really hard for a man. He has the best martial arts skills, is the most handsome, has the highest status in the future, and it is still unknown whether anyone can surpass Su Buling in terms of literary talent. He is also a very warm-hearted person. How can you choose? Chen Xining pursed her lips. When a man and a woman get married, they have to pay attention to fate. How can they give up their hearts just because of external conditions? That would be a bit too powerful. Zhu Manzi shook his head and enlightened with sincerity, Master Su has a saying that is right. There are so many entanglements and conflicts of love and hate in the world. To put it bluntly, love between men and women means living together for the rest of their lives. If you are happy, so will he. Being happy is enough. Life and death, moving the world, sounds interesting and touching, but who wants to experience it personally? Kui Zioan held her chin in her hands and nodded seriously. Plainness is a blessing. The two of them were fooling each other, and Chen Shining was obviously a little overwhelmed. She raised her hand and scratched her hair, not knowing what to say. Seeing that Chen Shining seemed to be shaken, Zhu Manzi quickly sat down a few minutes closer and took advantage of the victory to persuade. Xiao Chen, sister, I've been here before. Although the palace is big, Mr. Su can't hold many people in his heart. Every carrot is a trap. The one who regrets it if he doesn't seize the opportunity is himself. The one who regrets it if he takes his time. For example, sister, I was supposed to be the boss. Kui Zioan blinked. Boss? No way, the Queen Mother said that during the day Kakai is the boss, at night Bao Bao is the boss, and when they quarrel, Hongluan is the boss. Let me give you an example. Zhu Manzi chuckled. I first met Mr. Su, when Sister Hongluan was still Mr. Su's aunt. If I had seized the opportunity at that time, I would have to call me sister now. It's a pity that I was so lazy at that time. Now they are ranked below Zhongli Laoju. If you work harder now, you can still rank 11. If you wait until Mr. Su brings a girl back, you will have to rank 12. There are still a lot of maids waiting on the boat, Nightingale. You knew, Chiao-yi, Daodu, Lanhua. Kui Zioan shook her head. Lanhua is getting married. Don't talk nonsense, let Lao Su hear it, I will spank you. Zhu Manzi raised his head and looked around, and after confirming that Su Buling had not come back, he continued to follow the temptation. Especially Yunu and Chiao-yi, they are so greedy that they wish they could eat Mr. Su alive. If you continue to hesitate, there is a chance that you will be ranked 20 or more. Chen Shining frowned. Hearing all this nonsense, his thoughts were distracted and he muttered in a low voice. More than 20, doesn't it mean that if you want to see my husband, you have to queue for a month? Kui Zioan smiled and said seriously. No, Su Bulletin Ling can bring disaster to 5 people in one night. Ahem. Before she finished speaking, a cold cough sounded above the three of them. Kui Zioan stopped talking, pretended to be harmless, picked up the telescope and continued to enjoy the scenery. Zhu Manzi was startled and sat down quickly. I was just joking, don't take it seriously, old Chen. Chen Sining's face also blushed, pretended to be calm, looked at the roof above the terrace, and prepared to say hello. As a result, when he looked up, he saw Su Buling, who was dressed in black, holding a girl wrapped like a caterpillar in his arms, jumping down from above. Why is there another one? The three women on the terrace had different expressions, but the same thought flashed through their minds. Su Buling landed on the terrace, walked into the house quickly, and explained. I met an old acquaintance outside the city, he was injured, and brought him back for treatment. Manzi, come and help. Oh. Zhu Manzi was full of suspicion, feeling that he was one step closer to Zhu 12, but when he saw the girl's face, he was stunned, stood up quickly, and ran into the house. Hey, weren't you fortune-telling in Kaiyufeng town? You said you would tell me about my marriage, why did you tell it for yourself? No wonder I was told to don't worry, in what are you waiting for me? Xiao Dehua was very weak due to internal injuries. Seeing two familiar old friends, she was also stunned and whispered. So you and Big Brother are in the same group, what a coincidence. Chen Sining stood up and saw Xiao Dehua's face. She knew that she was seriously injured. She said seriously. Manzi, don't interrupt, get the medicine. Zhu Manzi was very angry, but she knew the seriousness of the right and wrong. She ran to Su Buling's room and took the healing equipment she brought with her. Su Buling put Xiao Dehua on the bed, raised his hand to untie the robe wrapped around him, but thought about it and gave up. He turned around and said. Come on, You just fell into the water and your clothes are wet. Chen Xining didn't say much, put down the curtain, and began to check Xiao Dehua's injuries. Xiao Dehua was very embarrassed. It was fine when she was with Su Buling, but she didn't know how to deal with Chen Xining, who was half familiar with her. She simply closed her eyes and let Chen Xining fiddle with her. Because she was not wearing any clothes, Su Buling couldn't get close to her, so he retreated to the terrace and closed the door. Kui Zioan leaned on the recliner and swayed. She tilted her head and glanced at it, humming. Old Su, when you go back this time, the mother and Hongluan will definitely not let you go out again. You are just a little girl, don't think too much. Can you fool your aunt? Kui Zioan moved a little to the recliner and made room. How can I drive out the girl I brought back? We don't lack a pair of chopsticks, right? Su Buling looked helpless, spread his hands slightly, sat down on the recliner, picked up Kui Zioan and put her on his lap. How are you feeling today? Are you feeling better? Much better. Kui Zioan leaned on Su Buling's arms and looked at the half-set sun in the sky with the telescope. After a while, she said lightly. I'm busy inside, don't touch my conscience. Oh, I didn't notice. I put my hand inside my clothes and didn't notice it. The sun was setting in the west, and the sunset glow was like fire, slowly burning in the sky. The prince is very fierce. Author, Guan Guan Gong Zi. Chapter 828. The lanterns are on. The luxurious carriage drove out of the palace walls of the imperial city and walked through the busiest streets in the capital. Prince Zhang Kai sat in the carriage, clenching his fists and watching the goings-on outside from the window. Pavilions, winding alleys, buildings with cornices, and beautiful buildings are quickly forming. Horses are galloping on the streets, and scholars are like clouds. Young ladies from wealthy families are riding in sedans and looking shyly, and dancers in brothels and restaurants are smiling coquettishly. This is the most beautiful and prosperous place in the world, apart from Chang'an City. And Zhangdu is the only heir to this place. I wonder if there is any man in the world who, after seeing such a beautiful scene that looks like a heavenly palace, doesn't want to take it all in his own hands and become the only king here? Zhangdu really wanted to get all of this, and he even wanted to visit Chang'an City, the capital of the entire Central Plains, in his lifetime. But it's a pity that now he can't even satisfy his insignificant selfishness, and he can't even protect an insignificant person, because he is not the master of this place yet. Zhangdu didn't understand why his father wanted him to kill Lu Wei, a merchant's son who could not interfere with the overall situation at all. At most, his reputation in future generations would be poor. As long as he could take care of the court seriously, why couldn't he tolerate this flaw? He did not dare to ask these questions, and his father would not answer them. He could only try his best to follow his father's wishes without making any mistakes. This had been the case since he was a child. For the future throne, he must be ruthless and cut off all obstacles, even the people he once cared about most. Zhangdu clenched his fists and thought about it 1,000 times in his mind. Thinking about this was just to give himself psychological comfort and to find a reason for himself to be not a poisonous man and not a husband. The carriage passed through the streets and stopped outside a house. Zhangdu did not open the curtain, but waited quietly, his hands opening and closing uncontrollably. Soon, Wang Jin ran in from the house, his face turned pale, his head lowered and he did not dare to speak. Zhangdu waited for a moment and realized something was wrong. The entanglement and guilt in his heart turned into anger on his face in an instant. He opened the car curtain and said angrily, "Missed." Wang Jin's face was as white as paper, he lowered his head and stammered. "Your Highness, Ba Meng and others ambushed Yangshu Lake and have never returned. The younger one sent people to investigate and found traces of fighting on the ground, but the body was missing and should have been sunk to the bottom of the water. Is Lu Wei dead?" Wang Jin shook his head, if he could clean up the battlefield afterwards, he should not be dead. However, there are blood-stained iron claws left at the scene, so he must have been seriously injured. Zhang Du's face was gloomy and slightly pale. If this thing goes wrong, the father must suspect that he secretly let Lu Wei go for personal gain. Even if he is not seeking personal gain, how can he be an emperor if he can't handle such a small thing? Didn't you say it's foolproof? Lu Wei is not a contemporary military leader. At most, he is on par with Zhou Zhan. How could he miss? Wang Jin looked troubled. Judging from the footprints at the scene, there is definitely more than one person. The building at Lanbeizai is also empty. Someone should have got the news from Lanbeizai and went to Yangshu Lake to rescue the man named Lu. He is alone and has no friends at all. Who will save him? Wang Jin opened his mouth, but had nothing to say. Zhang Du's eyes were filled with anger, but he could not hide his anxiety. He thought for a moment and said coldly, "Go and investigate, you will see the body dead or alive, and we must not let Lu Wei reappear. Before we find the person, seal the news. If it reaches the ears of the father, I will kill all 9 of your clans." Wang Jin trembled. As a matchmaker, how could he offend the ruler of northern Qi? He hurriedly bowed his head and said yes. Zhang Du was so confused that he had nowhere to vent his emotions. He grabbed the teacup and threw it at Wang Jin, then angrily lowered the car curtain. Inside the inn, everything was calm. Xiao Dehua suffered internal injuries and underwent medical treatment. Her breathing became much smoother and she fell asleep leaning on the bed. After Su Buling sent Zioan back to his room, he glanced at the door a few times before Chen Xining and Manzi walked out and closed the door. Zhu Manzi's eyes were filled with a bit of jealousy. He pouted his lips and gave a slight pause, then said softly, "This girl is not wearing any clothes in the film. Master, don't look around. What should you do if you realize something is wrong?" Su Buling took a clear look at the banks of Yangshu Lake. The grass was sparse, white, and powdery, and he accidentally touched it twice. However, he definitely had no shame to say such a thing. He pulled Manzi towards the next room and asked, "Miss Chen, how is Xiao Dehua's injury?" Chen Xining's style of dealing with things is very steady, and she has endless life-saving skills. It is impossible for her to heal ordinary injuries. She smiled and said, "Don't worry. Although this little girl is a woman, her physique is almost as strong as the young master's. She received 2 hammers without breaking any muscles and bones. She only needs a few days of rest to recover. I just touched the lower bones. This little girl is very talented. It's scary, my future achievements may not be as good as mine." Su Buling felt relieved and nodded gently, "That's good." Zhu Manzi was a little unconvinced. He took Su Buling's hand and muttered, "Talent cannot determine future achievements. Lao Jiao once said that when practicing martial arts, 1/3 depends on destiny and the other 7 depends on hard work. No matter how good the talent is, it will be difficult to achieve greatness without hard work. Just like me, although the talent is good, it has never been a success. Fishing and walking around in restaurants is still a bit worse than Lao Chen." "A little bit?" Chen Xining's beautiful peach eyes showed a bit of pride, and she joked. "According to what you said, Mr. Su and I are only a little bit apart. Hey, the gap between you and me is much smaller than the gap between you and Mr. Su. Don't you believe we can compete?" Mr. Su testifies. Su Buling was in front of him. How could he watch Manzi being beaten? He shook his head to smooth things over. "Okay, go to bed early. I have to go back after finishing my work in a few days. I have been working hard on the road for a month and a half, so I need to build up my strength in advance." Zhu Manzi snorted softly, opened the door and walked into the house. Chen Xining followed closely behind, but hesitated slightly when closing the door. Su Buling stood outside the door and was about to turn around and go back to lick Xiaoan. When he saw this, he stopped again and turned around and said, "Is there anything else?" "Oh." Chen Xining didn't know why she hesitated. She blinked her beautiful eyes. Before she could think of what to say, Zhu Manzi behind her said smartly, "Si Ning has something to say to you. She has been holding it back all day. Mr. Su, please talk to her alone." Su Buling nodded slightly and raised his hand to signal, "Let's go." Chen Xining opened her mouth, nodded mysteriously, walked out, closed the door, and followed Su Buling to the window. The night was dark, people were coming and going on the street outside the window, and the hanging lanterns reflected confusing light and shadow in the inn. Su Buling stood still in front of the window, looked at the scenery outside, and said with a smile, "Thank you very much, girl, for helping take care of Xiaoan and Manzi these days. You and I are already old acquaintances. If you have anything to say, just say it and don't hold it in your heart." "What can I say?" Chen Xining felt a little embarrassed and had no idea why she came here so late at night. She whispered, "Well, it's nothing actually. It's just that I didn't sleep well last night and had a dream. I dreamed that something happened to young Master Su, and I was worried about young Master Su's safety." "Something happened to me?" Su Buletinling frowned. He heard clearly last night that Chen Xining was moaning and groaning. What could happen to him? Too much strength and your waist flashed? Yeah, what exactly was the dream? Chen Xining made it up on the spot and felt a little panicked. After hesitating for a moment, she said seriously, "I dreamed that young Master Su and I entered a cave together. Young Master Su was entangled in vines. I tried my best to chop the vines, but I couldn't save young Master Su. The dream came from my heart. My martial arts skills are indeed far behind young Master. If young Master is really in danger, I'm afraid it's the same situation, that's why I have such a dream, especially now that the young Master is surrounded by a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled people, so you have to pay attention to your safety. The old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled." Su Buling blinked, not knowing why. Chen Xining's face froze and she quickly explained. "Manzi talks nonsense like Lao Chen, weak branch, Wan Wan, and broken flower, all of them are spoken casually." Su Buletinling thought about it carefully, it was true. He shook his head and returned the topic to dreams. "Are you sure that I was entangled in the vines and you came to save me instead of whipping me with a whip?" Chen Xining blinked her beautiful eyes that seemed drunk but not drunk, looked down at the whip behind her waist, and shook her head. "How can I hit the young master? I can't even dream about it." Su Buling curled his lips and looked up and down at the flowery Chen Xining. "That's not right. I was tied up. Miss Chen cut the vines to save me. How could she say words like hard, it feels so good? It sounded like me whipping you with a whip." Chen Xining's eyes widened, full of astonishment and disbelief, and her face instantly turned red, which quickly spread to her neck, and then turned pale again. "What's the meaning? Did I talk shamelessly in my sleep last night?" Chen Xining forced himself to calm down and said hesitantly, "How is it possible that I really said those words last night?" Su Buletinling looked serious and nodded slightly. Chen Xining's legs were so weak that she wanted to jump out of the window on the spot, but she remembered that she never dreamed of being whipped, just being kissed and touched. Chen Xining didn't believe that she would say such shameless words, so she took the little green snake out of her sleeve and asked, "King, did I speak last night?" Chen Xining only uttered some insignificant onomatopoeia last night and did not talk in her sleep. Naturally, the little green snake shook her head to show that she didn't hear anything. Seeing that the secret was exposed, Su Buling shook his head and explained, "It's just a joke, don't take it seriously." "Joke?" Chen Xining's face turned red, and she already felt guilty. Being so frightened, even her best temper was offended. She raised her hand and pushed Su Buling's chest, turned around and left. "Mr. Su, you are really, really unreasonable. How can you make such a joke?" Su Buling raised his eyebrows and said to himself, "You treat me as a gangster in your dreams every day, and I don't say anything. What's wrong with the joke?" After all, it was difficult to say this, so Su Buling just waved his hand. "Go to rest early and don't think too much." Chen Xining really didn't know what to say, so without looking back, she quickly got into the house and closed the door. Su Buling shook his head and smiled, and returned to his room refreshed. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. The Prince is Very Fierce. Author, Guan Zi. Chapter 829. On the branches under the moon, the sound of silk and bamboo lingered outside the room. A candlestick was placed on the round table, and the room was filled with the faint fragrance of the daughter. Between the curtains, the quilts and pillows had already been laid out. Kui Zioan, who had been washed and dressed in a light nightgown, was lying on the bed on her side. She held her cheek with her hand and twirled a strand of hair with her fingertips. Her right hand was as white as nephrite. His feet gently rubbed the calf of his left leg, obviously he had been waiting for a long time. In the corridor outside the door, words were faintly visible. Kui Zioan bit her lower lip, and her lips were dotted with vermilion lipstick, which made her cheeks, which did not take up any earthly fireworks, look a little more charming. However, the clarity in her eyes has not diminished by half. She dresses like this just because she knows that Su Buling likes it. She likes Su Buling if he likes it. Just like flowers like sunshine and water, she planted the flowers by the sunny river. Same. Kui Zioan's body was still very weak. She felt a little tired after staying in this position for a long time. She sat up again, looked down, and untied two collars of her nightgown. After thinking about it, she simply pulled out her belly band and put it away. Under the pillow, lie down again. Under the dim candlelight, through the tea-green nightgown, you can see a touch of white greasy under the collarbone, looming, but you can't see clearly even if you want to take a closer look. Kui Zioan lowered her head and took a few glances, adjusted her position, then lay on her side again with her cheek propped up, and waited quietly. After a while, footsteps came from the door, and Su Buling opened the door and walked in. Kui Zioan inhaled slightly, her clothes hems rising and falling, her eyes seemed to be smiling but not smiling, looking straight at Su Buling. Rightward arrow. Rightward arrow. These eyes look like they are going to eat people. Su Buling had just teased Chen Xining, with a slight smile on his lips. He opened the curtain and suddenly saw this scene, and was stunned. A beautiful woman is like jade, her beauty is delicious. Su Buling stayed where he was, his smile faded, and he forgot all about what he had just done. After a careful glance, he gently lowered the curtain and showed a meaningful smile. "Auntie, what are you doing?" Kui Zioan held a strand of hair with her fingers and gently swept the skin under the collarbone. Her eyes were soft and she responded crisply. "I know you miss your mother. I want to imitate my mother's behavior and let you relieve the pain of lovesickness. Doesn't it look good? Good looking is good looking. But the baby is not as bold as you." Su Buling straightened his collar, tried to look unhurried, walked slowly to the front and sat down, held Zioan's hand, and said softly. "It's beautiful, Wan has a heart." Kui Zioan could learn Xiao Xiang'er's posture, but she couldn't learn Xiang'er's warmth and charm from the bottom of her heart. She just looked at Su Buling with a smile, and her voice was still childish. Wan sounds like a rice penny, but if you like to be called that, just call her that." Su Bulenling's eyes moved up and down, He put his hands in his arms to warm them, and said strangely. Why are you dressed like this all of a sudden? Is it very hot in the room? Kui Zioan bit her lower lip, looked at Su Buling without any shyness, thought for a moment, and then said. We're going back soon, right? Yes. In this situation, Su Buling, no matter how good his concentration was a little absent-minded. He unconsciously placed his hands on his white feet and rubbed them slowly. Kui Zioan pressed Su Buling's hand with her foot and said seriously. I miss my mother too. After I go back, I will still live with my mother, but that way, you won't be able to do things with your mother. She is going crazy with greed, and I can't just watch from the side. Do you want to get things done in advance so that you can sleep with your mother-in-law and daughter-in-law when you return? Su Buling blinked, fell down involuntarily, and leaned next to Zioan. The two were close at hand, looking at each other. Are you in a hurry? Kui Zioan was really not in a hurry, she just wanted to do what she had to do. She raised her hand and frowned at Su Buling. It's because you're anxious. You haven't touched a girl since you left Luchuan. Today, you hugged such a small girl back and even took her clothes off. If you really want to, just say it. Su Buling was indeed a little panicked, but most of this was due to being teased by Zioan. He smiled helplessly. That little girl fell into the lake. It's such a cold day and her clothes must be frozen. I'm just following the situation in a hurry, and I don't mean to take advantage of others. Kui Zioan knew that what she said was true, but she acted like she didn't believe it. You are just anxious, don't you feel uncomfortable? Don't you think Yi has a pretty face? Really? Su Buling had nothing to say. After being close to each other for too long, Zioan's breath was like orchid, blowing against his cheek. Su Buletinling's breathing was slightly unsteady. After holding on for a while, he couldn't bear it anymore. He pulled up the quilt, covered Xiaowan, and said softly. Stop making trouble. You're not well yet. Jeju told you not to mess around. Kui Zioan blinked her eyes, hesitated for a moment, raised her head and kissed Su Buling's face. Thank you for walking this far with me. Su Buling didn't know why, but he calmed down at this moment. He looked at the beautiful face in front of him, smiled, and hugged her a little tighter. This is just the beginning, and there is still a long way to go. Kui Zioan buried her cheek in Su Buling's chest, listening to the rapid and slow heartbeat. It's already very far away. When I was waiting for you on the boat, I already felt that my time was approaching and I had to leave. Just like a flower blooming and fading, it's time for the leaves to fall and return to their roots. I'm going back and forth from where I came from. Su Buling frowned and patted Zioan's butt without taking his hand away. Don't be stupid, I'm angry. Kui Zioan hummed softly, drew circles on Su Buling's chest with her fingers, and then said. You used to tell me stories. Let me tell you this time. Only then was Su Buling satisfied. He brushed Xiaowan's smooth back and nodded slightly. Good. Kui Zioan actually didn't have much to tell. All she had was her wild ideas since she was a child. She recalled a little and then said calmly. When I was young, my parents thought I liked flowers, but that was not the case. I just didn't like people. Flowers can't talk and are very beautiful. I had nothing to do, so I raised them to fill my time. I don't know why, but since I was a child, I have looked at people just like you look at flowers and plants outside. I can tell that the flower is not growing well or that the flower is defective. When I lived in the Kui family at that time, I could see that the elders, brothers, sisters, and subordinates who seemed kind-hearted on the surface had other things in their hearts, like wolves, staring at the meat in front of them, and everything they did was to eat it. A piece of meat, even for parents. I felt very uncomfortable at the time, so I didn't want to see anyone, so I hid alone in the peach blossom forest. Originally, I would still be close to my parents, because they are the closest people. No matter how greedy they are, at least they will not look at me with that kind of eyes. Unfortunately, Dad changed in the end. Su Buling listened quietly and thought for a moment. Human beings all have animal nature. If they didn't have it, people would still be picking fruits from trees and eating them. It's really painful to see it so clearly. Yes, it's not their problem. It's because I don't fit in with others, so I like to be alone. I thought I would stay quietly in Peach Blossom Valley for the rest of my life, until the day I no longer want to live, but I didn't expect that your inexplicable S broke in. Su Buring lowered his head and looked at the cheek that was so close, with a bit of pride in his eyes. Am I different from everyone else? Does it make you excited? Look how beautiful you are. Kui Zioan narrowed her eyes slightly and snorted. If you were different from others, you would have stayed in Peach Blossom Valley and not left. You left then and made me so angry that I couldn't eat. Su Buletinling's expression froze and he hugged him tighter. Then why did you come out? Because I like you. Kui Zioan raised her eyes and looked at Su Buling intently. If I like you, I want you. If I ask for something, I will become the same person as you, and then I will become a gregarious person. Su Buling thought about it carefully and felt that this was quite philosophical, and said with a smile. Then I can be considered the cowherd who brought the fairy down from the mortal world. I'm very sorry for you. You love me, as long as you are happy, it doesn't matter whether you are in heaven or on earth. Kui Zioan put her head against Su Buling's chest and rubbed it lightly. I don't ask for much. I am satisfied just being in front of you. It makes no difference whether I am alive or dead. But you have to be busy with your own affairs and running around, which makes you feel very lost, so you get sick and think that you might as well die. At least you don't have to suffer from lovesickness. But it's better now, because I found that you value me and my queen more than anything else in the world. You are busy now just to be together safely in the future. I won't get sick in the future, and I will wait for you with my mother and wait for the day when you finish your work. Su Buling actually felt quite guilty about this. He also wanted to stay on the boat every day to accompany his wife, but he couldn't relax until things were done. Hearing Zioan's words, Su Buling's eyes warmed slightly, and he lowered his head and sipped on Zioan's forehead. As soon as possible. Kui Zioan had nothing to say in her heart, everything was written on her face. After saying her only little emotion, she raised her head and kissed Su Buling's lips, and moved Su Buling to her body. Su Buletinling took advantage of the situation and pressed forward. He couldn't bear it anymore. He raised his head slightly and advised. Auntie, please take it easy and don't play with fire. Jeju said I'm like a bison. Just be gentle. I'm not made of paper. I'll break if I poke it. Why don't you come here while I'm here? Su Buletinling's eyes were helpless, and he actually lay down, motionless, and let Xiaowan figure out a solution on her own. It's a pity that Kui Zioan looks innocent, but is the same age as Neng Yuhi. At such an old age, he is well read and has heard about Xiao Xiang. How can he not know anything? Kui Zioan slowly climbed on top of Su Buling, raised her hand and gently pulled down the thin nightgown, and stuck each other tightly. Rustling, rustling. The nightgown and Su Buling's clothes were thrown out from under the quilt. After a while. Hey! Zioan, calm down. Su Buring noticed something was wrong, opened his eyes suddenly, held Zioan in his hands, and told her not to mess around. It's just that Kui Zioan has the temperament to leave as soon as she says it. How can she listen to advice when she has made up her mind? She raised her hand and pinched Su Buling's face again, showing a slight dissatisfaction. It's boring for a grown man to drag his feet. Will you let me go? Okay. Ugh, it hurts. Hiss, I'll let you take it easy. The night is long, and the silver moonlight falls on the window. The words of men and women occasionally sounded, and then turned into a few suppressed murmurs. The ice and snow thousands of miles north of the Great Wall have not yet melted, but the first spring breeze of this year seems to have blown into the warm and peaceful house in advance. Thank you to Sakura Fireworks Boss for the 10,000 reward. The Prince is very fierce. Author, Guan Guan Gong Zi. Chapter 830. The morning glow is rising, the morning light shines on the windows, and the shouts of vendors can be heard on the street. There was still some charming smell in the warm room, and the clothes and dresses scattered everywhere had been folded and placed outside the bed. Between the curtains, Kui Zion's face was flushed, and she leaned contentedly in the man's arms. Judging from her expression, she should be very satisfied. She is still hugging Su Buling's neck, holding a handkerchief dyed with a peach blossom in her hand. Su Buletinling hugged his new wife, his eyes gentle and helpless, and lay still, letting Xiaowan have a good rest. When you first taste the rain and dew, the taste is naturally wonderful, but if you insist on enjoying it, you can't actually talk about it. Xiaowan's body was too weak, and Su Buling didn't even dare to move. He was always paying attention to Xiaowan's body. Before he could taste it, Xiaowan fell down. He didn't dare to continue, and he didn't enjoy it at all. But as a man, it's okay to feel aggrieved sometimes. Su Buling raised the corners of his mouth, pushed the hair from Kui Zion's face to her ears, and tapped her forehead lightly. Kui Zion slowly opened her eyes, looked at each other, and took a moment to wake up. Looking at Su Buling, who was so close, Kui Zion still didn't show off her little daughter's shyness. Instead, she raised her hand, pushed Su Buling's cheek away, turned around, and turned her snow-white back towards Su Buling. I'm done, go down and rest. This my palace is obviously learned from Bao Bao, but there is nothing wrong with it. Su Buling was a little amused. Thinking that Zion was weak, he didn't do any family rituals. He just raised his hand to cover himself with the quilt and said softly, "Have a good rest." Miss Chen got up early in the morning to cook and brew medicine. Man Zi slept in and didn't even bother to help. I'll go take a look so that others won't worry too much. Kui Zioan felt it for a while, then turned around and said strangely, "Old Su, my mother is so greedy for tea that she doesn't think about food. I thought this kind of thing was very interesting, and I thought it was no big deal." Su Buling wore a robe, shook his head and said with a smile, "I told you that you are weak, how dare I act recklessly?" The first time the baby could stand unsteadily, he rolled his eyes. "It must feel different." "Oh." Kui Zioan nodded thoughtfully, took out the mahogany sign from under the pillow, and looked at the word Zheng Zheng on it. "Then it doesn't count this time. Next time you pay it back seriously." Su Buling definitely didn't care. "Okay, then don't be like the baby and cry and scold me." "I won't." Kui Zioan put the mahogany sign on her chest, thought for a while and then said, "What is the queen's rabbit tail used for? I have asked many times, but the queen refuses to tell me. Can you tell me now?" Su Buling blinked, hesitated, and showed an inexplicable smile. "Don't worry, let the baby teach you when you get back." Humph. Kui Zioan was slightly unhappy, but she didn't ask any more questions and closed her eyes. "I know, go and do your business." Su Buletinling smiled, then tapped Xiao Wan's lips again, then turned and walked out of the room. In the next room, Xiao Dehua was awakened by the noise on the street. She opened her eyes slightly sleepily and was confused for a moment before she remembered where she was. Her face turned red again, and she lifted up the thick quilt with some difficulty, sat up from the bed, and looked around at her wet jacket and belly pants, which were hung to dry in the room. Along with her purse and iron, the gun was neatly placed on the table, and the clean clothes were placed beside the bed. Woo! The bruises on Xiao Dehua's chest and abdomen had not yet faded. She raised her hand to rub her belly. After a while, She put her feet on the ground and put on a clean dress lightly. The clothes are full of branches. Although the two people are about the same height, there are obviously big differences in some places. After Xiao Dehua put on the skirt, she looked down and found that the skirt was too loose to hold up. She subconsciously straightened her chest, but inadvertently remembered the scene at Yangshu Lake yesterday. My elder brother seemed to be wiping me from top to bottom. Little Dehua's face suddenly turned red, and she felt uncomfortable all over her body, as if she was still being touched by that big hand. She quickly calmed down and suppressed her messy thoughts for a long time. She walked carefully to the table and picked up the small purse placed next to the iron gun. There is a silver ingot in my purse, which I have carried with me for several years. Little Dehua took out the silver ingot, held it in her hand and looked at it. I remember that when she first received the silver ingot, she was still a little girl who was as tall as a bean sprout and could not hold it with one hand. But before she knew it, she was able to hold it. Why did he grow so big in the blink of an eye? Little Dehua felt a little like she was in another world. She wanted to think of herself as the little girl she once was, but she couldn't suppress the complex thoughts of becoming a young girl. After struggling for a long time, she put the silver ingot to her mouth, wanting to imitate the money-obsessed look of her childhood, and bit it gently. One time. But as soon as little Dehua brought the silver ingot to her mouth, before she could take her mouth off, the door was pushed open. In the corridor, Chen Xining was holding the medicine that had just been brewed. Perhaps because she was afraid of disturbing Su Buling's clear dream, she moved lightly without making a sound. She opened the door and saw Xiao Dehua standing in the room, holding a silver ingot. He stuffed it into his mouth and said inexplicably, "Girl, are you very hungry? You can't eat money even if you are very hungry, or are you gifted?" Little Dehua froze, quickly put away the silver ingot, and smiled. "No, I'll just try it." "Try it? It's over, just like Manzi and my aunt, I'm a fool." Chen Xining nodded slowly, without saying much, put the prepared medicine on the table, held Xiao Dehua's wrist, and checked the injury. Xiao Dehua was in pain yesterday and felt cramped. She just pretended to be asleep and did not communicate with Chen Xining at all. She was obviously a little embarrassed to be taken care of at this time. She glanced outside the door, and after not seeing Su Buling, in order to ease the embarrassment, she spoke politely. "Eldest sister is Brother Su's wife, right? Brother Su is so lucky to marry such a virtuous and beautiful girl as eldest sister." The polite words are very businesslike, and they come out naturally without the slightest hint of compliment. But after hearing this, Chen Xining obviously couldn't accept the compliment calmly, and quickly shook his head and said, "You misunderstood, I am not Mr. Su's wife, just a friend in the world." "Yeah." Little Dehua knew she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly said, "Both eldest sister and eldest brother Su have peach blossom eyes, and they look like a couple. I thought they were a couple." Chen Xining blinked, blushed and smiled, but did not answer. Xiao Dehua thought for a moment and then said, "That beautiful sister sitting on the terrace yesterday, must be Brother Su's wife, right?" "Yes, that one is called Kui Zioan. I haven't passed the door yet." "Oh, what is the relationship between the sister who is following you and Brother Su?" Chen Xining thought for a moment, and seeing Manzi still sleeping in, she leaned closer and whispered, "She is the youngest in Mr. Su's family." Puff. No matter how low your voice is, you can't hide it from someone who is interested. Su Buling, who had been standing outside the door and listened, was dumbfounded when he heard these words. He stuck his head out and said with a smile, "Miss Chen, when you say this, aren't you afraid that the branches will explode with hair?" Chen Xining's expression froze and she quickly shut up, pretending not to say anything. Little Peach Blossom's eyes brightened slightly, but her face immediately turned red again. She tightened her clothes, bowed her head politely and said, Good morning, big brother. Morning. Su Buling glanced outside the door and did not go in to disturb him. In the room next to him, Zhu Manzi opened the door sleepily, rubbed his eyes and looked outside, wondering. Mr. Su, why am I so hairy? Is my hair messy? Su Buling walked up to him, raised his hand and rubbed the head melons on the branches. It's nothing, just Miss Chen. Hey. Chen Xining immediately became anxious. If Manzi heard this, he would definitely break up all ties with her. She quickly ran out the door and said with a smile. Azzy, I cooked the snail noodles. Please hurry up and clean it up. It will be cold later. Really? Zhu Manzi suddenly lost all sleep, closed the door with a bang, ran back to the room to clean up, and did not forget to warn. Leave a bowl for me. Really, if you don't call me in advance for such a big thing, I can help you. It's so embarrassing to be a freeloader. Chen Xining secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Su Buling's heartless Gonghuo, she walked up to him angrily and patted Su Buling on the shoulder with an annoyed look in her eyes. Su Buling didn't care at all, turned around and walked down the stairs. A quarter of an hour later. The girls all packed up and got up. Cutlery has been placed on the round table in the guest room. Su Buletinling came in with a tray containing several bowls of steaming noodles. Zhu Manzi also held a tray, placed it on the table, and introduced the authentic food from South Vietnam eloquently. This is snail noodle. The name comes from Shi Ning's nickname Snail Knife. The snail noodle she makes is the most authentic in South Vietnam. When Chen Xining heard this messy allusion, she was afraid that Xiao Dehua would take it seriously, so she felt a little embarrassed. What screwdriver, Manzi, please stop talking nonsense. Xiao Dehua looked at the big bowl in front of her with a slightly embarrassed expression. Although she was also a foodie, the taste was really not that good. This was not the first time that Zhu Manzi saw this expression. She had been like this before. At this time, she quickly explained that it didn't smell good but was delicious, and asked Xiao Dehua to try it with chopsticks. Kui Zioan was wrapped in thick fox fur and sitting next to Su Buling. She looked very good, her eyebrows were curved with a smile, and she was also waiting for Xiao Dehua to try the water first. Chen Xining sat down on the stool and glanced at Kui Zioan. She felt something was wrong and said doubtfully. Auntie, you seem to look a lot better today. Kui Zioan's face was like a peach blossom and she was very energetic. She smiled when she heard this and said. The qi and blood were originally blocked, but they naturally cleared up after being poked. Cough, cough. Su Buling almost choked to death from the words of tiger and wolf, and quickly picked up the handkerchief and wiped Zioan's mouth. Kui Zioan held the chopsticks with a harmless look on her face and turned to avoid. I haven't eaten yet, no need to wipe my mouth, ugh. Chen Xining was confused. When she saw the two of them flirting, she looked a little embarrassed and silently lowered her head to eat the powder. Lu Wei was seriously injured and was probably looking for a place to bandage the wound at this time. Su Buling was not in a hurry and stayed with the four girls at ease in the inn. Xiao Dehua and Su Buling have only met a few times. They have a good sense of each other, but they are not very familiar with each other. This time the hero saves the beauty, they have become closer. After all, she has reached the age of first love, and Xiao Dehua was touched from top to bottom. Although she knew that she had to obey the authority in urgent matters, she felt a little strange in her heart. She was recovering in the inn and did not dare to have direct contact with Su Buling. She only talked to Zhu Man. Ji and Chen Xining mixed together. Kui Zioan had just experienced the pain of breaking a melon. Although she said it was no big deal, she clearly understood the taste. Su Buling played chess and gambled on clothes at noon, losing several games in a row until he was completely naked. Su Buling was afraid that Zioan would freeze, so he could only carry her back to the bed, and then After staying in the inn for 3 days, Su Buling never left the house except for occasionally going out to feed Kai, who was about to starve to death. In the blink of an eye, on the 10th day of the first lunar month, the New Year's Eve atmosphere gradually faded, and light snow fell on the land of Mobei again. However, compared with the freezing cold winter a few months ago, Guiyan City was already a little warmer. At dusk, the snow is falling. Su Buling left the inn alone and came to the alley near Chunyua Hall. The small hook fence hidden among the deep alleys, Yao Jie followed Su Buling's advice and had already been deserted, leaving the already inaccessible alley without any trace of people. Su Buling checked around and made sure there was no ambush, then he jumped from the back house into the courtyard, silently came to the window and took a look inside. There was nothing in the hall, only 2 small wine tables were left at this time. Lu Wei sat alone at the wine table. She changed her usual attire in a bamboo hat and koi raincoat and put on a scholar's robe. There was a luggage hanging on her shoulders and her sword was wrapped in cloth. She looked like she was about to go on a long journey. After Su Buling made sure there was no problem, he walked into the house and asked, "Ready to leave?" I don't know if it was because of the profound enlightenment after experiencing life and death. Although Lu Wei looked weak, he no longer had the self-pity that came from his bones as before. Seeing Su Bulenling come in, Lu Wei turned his head and showed a reluctant smile. "Yeah, I'm going to the Central Plains to see where the world is bigger." Su Buling put the mace on the table and sat across from him. "Just think about it. It would be a pity to die in Mobei if you don't have such martial arts before you are 20. If you work hard for 10 years, you will definitely have a place in the next generation of martial arts leaders. I have some friendship with old Situ. You can go directly to Kinrenman. Just tell me my name, I can teach you a lot." Lu Wei glanced at Su Buling. "You are like a mountain. It is difficult for warriors in the world to have the mentality of who else would you rather me after seeing you take action? It's very difficult for me to go up." Su Buling knew that this was the case. In Jianghu, success or failure has never been judged by martial arts. He shook his head and said, "The world of martial arts is not about fighting and killing, it is about stories and wine. In the future, whether you become a martial artist or become a god, or live on the street, when you are upset, you can have someone with you to have a drink with you, to vent your bitterness, and to talk about your past prestige. Even if your life is not in vain, on the other hand, if you become an emperor and have everything, but in old age you can only sit alone in a wine shop and drink alcohol without anyone to talk to you, then your life will definitely be in vain. You've just started, you'll understand if you walk around a lot." Lu Wei was silent for a moment and nodded slightly. Brother Su's experience is not consistent with his age. He seems a bit old-fashioned. Su Buring smiled, stood up and walked out without explaining. "Let's go when you're done. Old Situ also has a son, Situ Huiyu, who has good swordsmanship and personality. I should be able to chat with you. I just don't know whether it's straight or curved. Even if it's straight, I can find a way to bend it. It's not difficult either." Lu Wei obviously didn't understand the dirty talk, so he stood up and followed Su Buling. "What's straight and crooked?" Su Buling blinked, not embarrassed to say anything. After leaving the small Golan, Lu Wei walked in front and led the way. The two people walked through the bustling streets, twisting and turning, and arrived at Suanwu Street outside the imperial city. The princes and generals on Suanwu Street gathered together, and the national preceptor's office was among them. Su Buling kept a low profile, and he and Lu Wei walked from the street alley to the side of a mansion. The mansion is just outside the palace wall on the north side of the imperial city. It must have been uninhabited for a long time. There are no lanterns hung during the new year, and not a single human sound can be heard. After Lu Wei looked around for a few times, he flew over the tall fence and entered the mansion. Su Buling followed closely behind and settled in the back kitchen of the house. The ground was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves. He scanned around the house. Is this your family's house? It belongs to the Lu family. The Lu family is the largest imperial merchant in the West. It has opened up the trade routes in the western regions. It is highly regarded by the current emperor and specially rewarded this house. Because of my affairs in the past few years, my father was too afraid to come to the capital, so the house was empty. Come down. Lu Wei took Su Buling to the warehouse in the back kitchen. After opening the door, there were many sacks piled inside. Su Buling raised his hand and pressed it on the sack. He felt that it was filled with dirt and gravel. He was slightly surprised. Did you dig a tunnel? Lu Wei nodded, and deep in the warehouse, he lifted up a stone tile to reveal a hole underneath for one person to pass through. He then took out a map from his arms and gave it to Su Buling. Back then, when Guiyan City was expanded, the Lu family contributed a lot and participated in the construction of the imperial city. This is a rough map. A few years ago, when I came to the capital, in order to meet Zhangdu, I dug a tunnel here. I just arrived at the palace. There is Changning Palace behind the wall, but it is too risky to sneak into the imperial city. I have never used it after using it once. Changning Palace was originally the residence of the Queen Mother. After the death of the Queen Mother, it has been idle all year round, and the defense is weak. But even if you enter the imperial city, you want to go to the emperor. Living in the harem or near the Giwan Hall is equally difficult than ascending to the sky. I don't know where the current emperor is tonight. It depends on your own ability. Su Buling took the map and looked at it. It was actually very similar to the imperial city in Chang'an. He nodded lightly. Thanks. There is no need to say thank you. I should thank Brother Su for saving my life. See you later. After Lu Wei finished explaining the general situation, he raised his hands and clasped his fists, then turned and walked out of the warehouse. Su Buling thought for a moment and asked, "Do you want me to help you get revenge?" Lu Wei paused, looked at the injuries on his body, shook his head and said, "This is Brother Su's own business, it has nothing to do with me, goodbye." Then he disappeared outside the door. After Lu Wei walked away, Su Buling looked down at the hole under his feet. Although he thought Lu Wei was a good person, he didn't trust him enough to give his life to him. Without knowing the situation on the other side of the tunnel, he certainly didn't dare to go in casually. If Zhou Qingkai was squatting at the other end waiting for him, he would have to switch roles with Zhang Kai on the spot. Su Buling thought for a moment, put away the map, turned around and walked towards the inn, first summoning two small snakes to explore the way. Thank you for the reward of Sakura fireworks. Thank you for the reward of I am a sanctimonious. I haven't left the house for a year. Now I'm typing on my laptop in a hotel. The change in environment is so great that I'm not used to it. I'm typing very slowly.